session, we made it to. Actually, let me pull before you start. Let me make sure I pull up my fucking notes because I don't have them pulled up yet. Okay. Last time we arrived at Caspia, back from our quest, and parted ways with Yin the Ravenous as we headed toward our Forsev to his humble abode, and the other two to the tavern, the Willowbrook Inn, and got a good night's sleep, and woke up in the morning, decided to meet up, and they went to the Scavengers Guild in order to get paid. Yes. They then, after they got to the Scavengers Guild, they saw Lux again.
Mm-hmm.
Before meeting up with Chief, explaining where the Red Dragon cave was, or ravine, and fulfilling that end of the quest. Then they group split up a bit. Luna went to go buy some nicer clothes and to scout around to try and find out where Archibald was located by listening in with the riffraff.
Mm-hmm.
While Forsev and Jacob went to the magic shop, the oddities. Once they got their magic items appraised, and Jacob was pricing how much it would cost for a cloak of displacement. Afterwards, they discovered that Kelliger, the owner of the shop, was actually cousins with Archibald, and that he actually owns the shop. They said they would come back later while bringing Luna along, and afterwards, they went to what was the name of? Did I write it down?
Cecilia's something.
Remnants.
Yeah. We went to Luna, who went to Cecilia's Remnants, and she purchased some clothes, some nicer wear. Afterwards, she listened around a bit, gained some information about a meetup or a party from one of the professors of the Institute, Sir Nevermore.
Mm-hmm.
He's throwing an open house somewhere this weekend. Forsev and Jacob went to Dahlia's Glimmer. Wanted to get the ring he found appraised from Scion, which didn't last super long. And then they went and returned the map at Harrington's Hardwares, and eventually met up with Luna, and they went to Forsev's place later that night and had a nice get-together where they explained their recent journey, piquing the interest of Einan specifically about the Traveler, and basically losing everyone with this very strange but epic tale that they went on.
Yes.
Afterwards, everyone went to bed. But during the middle of the night, Forsev woke up, hearing a creaking door shutting. He went to investigate. Einen was nowhere to be found. He quickly tried to find out where she had gone, but was unsuccessful, and decided to talk with Scion a bit in order to perhaps ease his nerves. Thinking that she'll be fine, he went back to bed, and we woke up in the morning with Dothry awakening both of them, asking where Einen was, and then, well, at the tavern, Luna found a paper with a drawn image of the traveler and the numbers 8-9 at the bottom of it that disappeared after she looked at it. And that's where we left off, I believe.
That is, in fact.
Question.
Perhaps
DM.
answer.
The 8-9. Was it? Did you say it was like an 8-9 connected, or was it just the numbers 8 and 9?
It was just much like you would sign a paper. There's just a dash and then 8 and 9.
Okay.
But yeah, that was pretty good. That you have D4, and we will pick it up with that. So yes, at the tavern, as you're describing this to Jacob and lost in your confusion, we look back over to the house in which Dothry is worriedly trying to figure out what is happening. As she says to you specifically, Forsev, no, Forsev, she's not here.
Forsev would begin to silently start panicking a bit.
Okay.
And like he kind of like gets into a bit of a stupor, but realizing that he has to say something, he shakes his nerves a second, and he's kind of like stutters his way through. But that doesn't make any sense. Why isn't she here?
I have no idea. I have no idea why she's not here. It doesn't look like anything's wrong, but her stuff, it's all missing.
Everything?
All her personal things, at the very least.
She took everything?
Yes. Her bag, she even took her weapons.
What weapons does she use, by the way?
She has a couple daggers and a short bow and a light hammer.
Okay.
But she usually never takes anything more than like maybe the hammer or a dagger when she goes to work.
This doesn't make any sense. Why? And Forsev at this point is getting out of bed, and trying to think of a reason why, and nothing's coming up. Why would she just leave? Where would she have gone?
Scion speaks up. Do you think that there's anybody she's like talking to or something? Maybe the person, or I don't know. She usually doesn't talk to anybody. Where would she go by herself?
And in the middle of the night? I don't understand. Well, we have to go find her, obviously.
What about Fivit? Did he even come back? Apparently,
Whatever assuming he's not in bed, I imagine.
nah.
Okay. He wasn't here whenever I woke up either, so I'm not sure. It's possible she went to go find him for some reason, but
Hmm.
that just doesn't seem likely. It's so out of character for her just to take everything and leave.
I know. What do we do? Should we go? How do we go look for her? She could be anywhere by now.
Perhaps perhaps we should meet up with my friends. Maybe they might think of something. There must be some sort of trigger. This can't just be a coincidence, right? She disappeared on the night we talked about everything. Our trip.
I mean, you don't
She's
think
n-
she's going to go somewhere outside of the walls?
I have no idea.
What could possibly be out there?
I have.
If we need to go see your friends, let's go now then. We're awake. It doesn't matter.
All right.
And
At
they will
the
get
very
their stuff.
least, they'll be able to help us find her. A bigger search party would be ideal.
Dothry nods and she runs back to her room, starts gathering stuff, and so does Scion.
Okay.
And in a few short minutes, they will have their stuff together
Mhm.
for at least the day, and they'll just follow you wherever
Alright.
you need to go.
Heading towards Willowbrook Inn
All right.
at a fast pace.
Yeah. Short time passes by. In that meantime, uh, just as you arrive to the tavern, it's only been a short period of time, that maybe only 15, 20 minutes, that Luna and Jacob, you've been down in the inn by the bar. And a short time after, you are trying to figure out what happened with this note, you see Forsev, Scion, and Dothry come at a hastily pace through the door.
Can't be good.
And Forsev will immediately run up to both of you. Have either of you seen Einan?
Not since last night. No.
No.
Shit.
Why? What is the matter?
She's gone, apparently.
You see, there's this.
What do you mean gone?
She up and left. She took all of her belongings and just isn't home.
It's not like her to do this.
It's not at all.
This. Morsev.
Yes?
She'll stop writing in her book, and she'll rip out one page of it and write down the 8-9.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean anything to you?
And he'll take the paper and look at it. He stares at it for a second. Looks at Dothry. And shows it to her for a second. What? How did you know this?
She like lets out the sigh. And I think I was right. Shit.
About what?
Well, I think Einen may have paid my room a visit last night. Before leaving, apparently. She probably left to go find the traveler. She must have left this. I hand you a blank piece of paper. There was a drawing on it, a drawing of the traveler and those numbers, 8 and 9. For some reason, I thought just because of the way it sounded, and her name, and, you know, how she reacted to our conversation last night, that maybe there was a connection. I was hoping not, but... You mean she'd went out on her own?
Apparently.
So naive. Great. Well, I think that's probably where she went. I do guess.
Shit. Well, but how many hours has it been since Forsev heard the door close?
Well, considering the time, probably right now it's about 6. Maybe closer to 6:30. And I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure the time that you woke up was sometime between 3 and 4.
Okay. How long does it typically travel? Like take to travel to the inn first?
To this inn from your place.
Yes.
At an average pace, 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. So then we're looking at like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's about fair.
Okay. Well, if that is where she's heading, and it seems most likely, she's got about a 3-hour lead on us.
I guess almost a day to make up that time. She could go off in any direction at that point.
She did. How specific were we in our directions in the story?
Well,
Not very. I think we just said north.
yeah, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
We also
there's
described what was there
probably
leading up to it.
yeah. There, I mean, and it's up to you if you were like more bullet point or more of a synopsis, or if you were just doing that for the sake of your role play. But I imagine it's mostly vague.
Okay.
But landmarks were definitely mentioned for sure.
Yeah, landmarks are definitely mentioned. She doesn't even know where she's going.
Well then, unless either of you have any other plans, I think we should get going then. If we're going to find her.
No, we're leaving now. That's for certain.
You don't think perhaps Jacob, your friend, could help us? The, Gallagher.
I'm trying to think of who you're referring to as my friend.
Gallagher.
I mean,
Kelliger was the
Yeah, didn't you say you
oddities
knew him?
owner.
Yeah, I thought that the whole reason we knew him was because Jacob knew him.
No,
No.
it's
he
because
knew of the
the
shop.
shopkeeper.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
knew him, my bad.
No.
Okay. Do you think that perhaps Gallagher could help us?
I mean, I don't know why he would or wouldn't.
Simply just pay him?
That would involve taking the time to go talk and negotiate. Whereas I think I want to go now.
Just an option I was throwing out there. We don't have to. Perhaps if he knew someone who knew magic, we could figure this out a different way other than just blindly running off into the wasteland once again. But we can attempt to track her down. As normal.
Forsev will turn to Dothry. How do given that you're a warden, how do they keep a record of people going in and out of the city?
Honestly, I don't think so. I'm fairly certain that for the most part, there's no need to if you have identification. It's more or less people who don't have identification.
Do you think the guards that would be on night shift would still be up on their shift now?
Probably not, considering I'm supposed to move in about an hour. So by the time we got to any of them, it's a slim chance. At least at the barracks, we could ask somebody. I don't know who would be on if she went to the north gate or the east gate, or I don't know. There's a barracks for each, and we could just try the east barracks at the very least, and then we'd have to go from there.
If she was paying attention to the story, she probably would have headed north.
That's what I'm
That's
guessing as well. She
that's
did.
fair. Luna, you didn't see anything or hear anything last night at all?
No, I didn't. I just woke up this morning with the paper rolled up at my door.
Hmm. I'm gonna go ask the barmaiden. Did she usually run this place throughout the day and night?
I believe so. That's probably a good idea. I can go with you if you wish.
Okay. And she'll go up to Margaret. Excuse me, do you happen to have seen a small girl, a blue tiefling girl, come through here at some point? Margaret looks a bit confused. She says, "No, I don't believe I have. Is there someone you're looking for?" Yes, yes. Well, as I mentioned, but uh, nobody. Did there anybody that come through last night? Well, yes. And she looks at you, Luna. Well, you came through last night and stayed, and then your friend. Um, there were a couple others that came by. I don't believe anybody took a room though. Let's see. There was a tiefling man, but he had red skin. He had glasses. Oh, he did want a room. Okay. I don't know if he came down yet. He came through. There was an older man, a half-orc fellow. I think he left. Yes, it doesn't seem he's here. And then there was a younger human girl. She just got some food and then she left as well. But no, nobody, no blue tiefling girl.
Luna looks up to Dothry. I don't understand how she could have found my room had she not asked somebody. It's not like I came in late last night. It was shortly after we had left your home. How would she...
I'm not too sure either in that case. Then how did she get in? If it was her, she can't just have gotten the note to you off of nothing. She had to have come in.
And you said the note disappeared?
It had the drawing on it and the signature when I opened it, and then I came downstairs to show it to Jacob, and it was blank.
How did that happen? That seems like magic to me.
It probably is. I mean, I'll pull it out and show it to her. Do you know to tell if it is magic. I don't.
I don't. But
Um,
if she really did leave it, since when does she know magic?
right. That
If it was her, what if it's not? Ah,
That then enters the realm of things that I myself don't understand, and some of us don't understand. Don't think anyone here is a holy person, right?
not I.
Not particularly.
I'm
But
not. I'm not particularly holy, but I do possess divine magic. But that's just from my innate being, I guess. Scion has. Do you know if Einan has been studying magic?
um,
Like, has she
not
mentioned anything to you at all?
not that I'm aware of. She's a bookworm, that's for sure. But if she has been, it's at least not been at the house or when I've been around.
Hmm.
In any case, I don't think we're going to find any clues here. We should begin making our way, and we can talk
Our
that
only,
way.
yes, our only clue is that the image of the traveler and the 8-9. By the way, we'll talk about that on the way. I'm sure you're probably both curious and why that has any significance.
Of course I am, but we have more pressing matters to attend to.
Exactly.
Indeed.
We'll get to that eventually.
All right.
I was really hoping to make it to this party. Let's get this over with quickly.
Alright.
She can't have gotten far. She just moved
Alright.
quickly, and I guess I will
Let's
lead and try to track.
head towards the north exit.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
I assume I can't do any tracking until like we leave the fucking city.
I mean, you can try to, but you would pretty much just have to find something of personal belonging or physical foot tracks at this point, if it's even possible. But you could certainly try to find something.
I'll just wait till we leave the city for that one.
Okay. Yeah. If you're headed at a quicker pace, it'll probably take you to get to the North Gate from here.
Mm-hmm.
Probably close to an hour, a little over an hour. Call it an hour and 20.
Damn, it's a big
Um,
city.
it's pretty
It's a
big.
fucking
You get
big city.
the houses in like if you think of it like a pie chart, kind of like central area of the Autumn District on the east,
Mhm.
and the inn you went to is on the south border of that pie chart next to the
Mhm.
Summer District. You're going up to the North Gate at the very top of the pie chart. So you're kind of
Going through the whole city.
pretty much. But yeah, a little over an hour. Were you going to the gate itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Not much issue. You know where it is. You get to the gate there before you, and you can see there's a couple people, like one or two people that are making their way out, but there are guards stationed as always.
We should ask the guards at least first, given we're here.
They're at this side there are two guards at the smaller door of the much larger gate to let people
Mhm.
in and out. There's two there. There's also two that are stationed on either side of the road, a couple feet, like 15 feet out from the door.
Mhm.
So
I guess we'll start with the people letting the guards letting the people in and out of the city.
We'll let Mr. Charming do the talking. Mr. Bard, Mr. fucking +8 persuasion, Mr. fucking expertise. What did you end up taking expertise in, Scott?
Deception.
Of course.
I'm
Did
not
Now,
even
if you can,
proficient in persuasion.
if you can just lie about everything you want to know,
Yeah.
then maybe.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey.
well,
Um,
the two before you on the left
Sure.
is a human female, and on the right is a human
Perfect.
man.
Much white pizza.
Um,
Perfect. From where?
go
Great. Fantastic.
over. I
Awesome.
guess we'll go
I'm
over
not.
to the
Yeah.
whichever one's closest, I guess.
I'm at like a 5,
Probably the
whereas I
guy.
was at like an
Okay.
8.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We were looking for a friend of ours that we think might have
Hmm.
made their way out of town. We were wondering if you might have seen them.
Perhaps. A little bit more information on that.
It was what? You said tiefling woman with blue skin?
Yes.
I think this is out of character. Okay.
She has white hair
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah. White
Okay.
hair.
How tall is she?
She's shorter than Force. She's a decent bit shorter than Force Dev.
5'5", 5'4".
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
A short tiefling woman with blue skin and white hair.
Hmm.
She might have left later last night, maybe around to get from the inn to the north gate you said was about an hour, right?
A little over an hour, yeah.
Okay. So that would have been,
So
just judging from time, it would have been about 4:30ish in the morning
Mm,
after going from our house to the inn and then to the inn.
well, consider
Probably
half hour
close.
if she's not rushing as well.
probably between 5 and 6, depending
Okay,
on what she was doing.
between 5 and 6.
Hello.
She might have arrived. She might have
It is
passed through maybe between 5 and 6.
Ah, oh, all right, I see. I can't say I've seen anyone by that description, but I did happen to be overnight. But I'm sorry, no, I don't. There was a smaller female girl, but not a tiefling. I'm sorry.
Not a tiefling.
No.
Was who did they describe at the tavern?
Um,
They described 3 people,
One of them was
a
a
Mar-
girl.
male,
Margaret said a younger human girl.
a younger human girl.
Yeah.
The younger human girl. What did she look
Yeah.
like?
I mean, quite average height. Not too tall, not too short. She had brown hair. She had some leathers on. She had a bag. It looks like she might have been with one of the guilds, maybe. I don't know. But she was with someone else. Just a human guy, I think. But I mean, there's plenty of other people that came through last night. Well, I say plenty, more for the night, really. But like 2 or 3 others came out.
Who were the others, if I may ask?
If I remember, there was an orc gentleman that came through, or left, I should say. And it was a group of like 2 or 3 gnomes. They looked like craftsmen. They were heading out pretty early in the morning. But that's it for the most part.
Okay. Well, was there anyone else on that shift? Or was it just you?
Oh, I mean, it was me, and he points over to the person off to the right, and her. She was these two out here in the street. They kind of rotate throughout the streets, but this is us for tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And Forsev will probably go over to the woman and ask the same questions and see if she gives the same response, or maybe she saw someone else that the other guy missed.
She'd pretty much give the same response.
Okay.
About Empire.
Okay. I guess there's no other choice, but we need to head out then.
We under the impression that Ainin is disguising herself as a younger human woman and is with people?
Honestly, I have no idea. If she knows magic, she could, and if she knows how to disguise herself, then that way, she could be anyone.
Luna, you said she got interested when you talked about the Traveler. Was it when you just mentioned the Traveler, or was it more whenever we mentioned the meal afterwards that made us more powerful?
I'm pretty sure it was whenever we first mentioned the Traveler was what had seemingly sparked her interest, and then I kind of gave her a side-glancing look of recognition, and she immediately kind of cowered away. As if to hide some sort of secret.
Dothry will speak up. Are we sure she went out? I'm not going to be comfortable taking leave like this if... What if she didn't even go out? Are we certain? Because how many days travel was this place of interest? A couple at least,
About 3.
right?
Was it about 3?
I believe it was the 3rd day we hit the Traveler statue.
I think it was about 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah. It was roughly 3 or 4 days travel.
That's a lot of time.
If you can't take off work, we can go.
I'm not worried about my position. I'm worried that we take the time to do it, and we're wrong.
Which is fair.
What do we have to go off of? This traveler person is some minor deity of some kind or other, and maybe she has an interest in it, but I don't think she's stupid enough to go out on her own. Or
Maybe she's not alone.
maybe she's not alone.
Jacob, do you
We
have
could-
Wheel and Woe today? To ask the cards maybe what they think about us going outside of the city?
I can ask the cards.
Might be a good idea.
Sure,
Yeah,
I'll pull
I
out
agree.
my cards and ask about us leaving
To find
in search of Einen.
Specifically Wheel and Woe, please.
Yeah.
Guys,
No, I'm gonna just do it. I'm just gonna do a
cards.
normal reading.
Yeah, that's. I'm like, can we
Reading.
please use the fucking ability?
No.
No, okay.
No,
I have
saving
something.
saving that for dinner later.
Yeah.
Something more
Decide
Should
what
I
I
eat
want.
the chicken or the
the
steak?
Fucking shit.
Okay. Do I get Wheel or Woe?
Well, what are you prompting, if I might ask? If you want to be specific.
Us leaving in search of Einen. Yes,
Whoa.
everyone agree on that wording?
You just said. I heard whoa.
That would be whoa.
I want to just for fun see what the card would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Temperance.
What does temperance mean?
Stands for balance, moderation, patience, purpose.
Okay. Mm.
Also, you to remain calm even when life feels stressful or frantic. Maintain an even temperament and manage your emotions.
So you got woe for leaving and
Leaving in search of
in search of
Einan.
Einan. Shit. What does that mean? Does that mean something bad will happen if we, like...
Specifically to us, probably. Because it's in relation to us leaving.
Yeah. Maybe he'll turn towards Dothry and Scion. Perhaps we should split up. You two might want to, if you want to stay here and search the city, we could go and check to see if she really did leave.
I can do my best. I mean, I can ask around. There's plenty of people stationed throughout the city, but I can't be certain that everyone's that I come across will have been in the right place at the right time. That only happens so quickly. And in
I
the middle of the
know.
night. But I can.
You okay with that, Scion?
I suppose so. Hopefully. I don't know too many people around, but I can always ask. I can do my best.
Right. And Forsev will pull out his bag of 90 gold pieces, and he'll hand it to Dothry. If you need to get in contact us, you can always pay for a sending. If you know what that, do you know what that is?
I think I've heard of it. Yeah. It's a bit of magic. Sure.
Yes.
I'm sure I can go to the institute
Yeah,
or one of the clergies.
if you hear of anything, let us know.
All right. All right. But yeah, she'll take it.
Okay. So just make a note that I do not have my gold on me right now. Are we heading out? We ready? I'll look towards you two, Jacob and.
Sorry, I was not present for like the last minute of the conversation because I had to let my dog.
Oh, okay. Basically, were you here? Like Forsev asked Dothry and Scion to search the
Yeah, I was here for
city
that.
while we. Yeah, okay. And then he gave his 90 gold to Dothry in case to get a hold of us, like with a sending spell or something like that.
And have they walked away at this point?
If you don't have anything else to say to them in the moment, Dothry will start heading towards the northern barracks. And Scion will go on his way.
Except now that your friends have stepped away, might I suggest, perhaps we ask the assistance of a certain powerful archmage. They tend to be very good at tracking people down. If we are unsure as to whether or not she has left the city, we could waste our time leaving, and we could waste our time searching here. Since we have really nothing to go off of except for that vague clue if we're unsure, perhaps we ask someone who couldn't make sure.
Who do you have in mind?
Mr. Nevermore?
We don't even know him. You think...
We don't, and that's why I'm asking you this after they had walked away, because this would be a timely investment, relatively. But one that could result in immediate or much quicker success, if that makes sense.
We could also go and check if we are going down that route. We could always go to the oddities. Kelliger might be able to perform a scrying.
Right, that's what I suggested earlier.
How far is the oddities from here?
On the other side of the city.
Shit.
Within the summer district.
Okay.
So a pretty much almost polar opposite.
Shit.
Take you about 2 hours to take. Well, fast paced, maybe hour 40 minutes.
Would I know how much like a scrying would be?
Scrying. What would I put that at? I'd probably place that, depending on who you ask, probably between 40 and 80 gold.
Okay.
So now I guess the ultimate question is, do we want to just take the extra hour or two to go try and find someone who could scry and spend all of our money to scry so that we make sure, or do we just say fuck it and go? It's the ultimate
No,
question.
the woe is what's worrying.
Exactly, yeah. I was fully prepared to just go, but now that's what's... I don't know if that's woe as in we're gonna meet like a hard fight or something, because that's fine, but like I want to be going out there because she's there, right? Obviously. Fuck.
To make it a bit clear from my perspective, the meaning of the augury is it's giving you the reading in relation to you asking about an event that is going to take place based on your own desires. So when you ask for something, it is based on your desires and it reads that event. It is not just a manner of speaking in general, this event is good or bad. It is based on what you are desiring.
Which we clearly were desiring to find Einen, and the answer
Which
was
was a specific,
right.
It was a specific inquiry.
Yeah. Are there any magic shops or temples of that matter in the current district we're at? Which is, I believe, the winter, or are we in spring?
No, yeah, you're in the winter.
Okay, winter.
There would be. There would be, yes. Each of the district has one or two. There are a couple general clergies that house multiple deities, but it's worship is, if any of you might recall, kind of not a big thing anymore.
Or not nearly as big
For
because.
Yeah, especially for divine. It's more or less. It used to be in the sense that the divine were more heavily revered, but now they're more along the lines of similarly treated as like demigods. They're just not as present. They're not as popular. They're there,
Mhm.
but they're not like, oh, the all hammer. This is a big fucker. It's just like, well, he's a god, but he's just a god.
Um,
But yes, there are.
I say perhaps we should go to a temple. They might have more resources than a magic shop.
We're not going to work for free.
I
Keep
doubt
that in
it,
mind.
but they might be cheaper than a self-run store, given they have higher resources available, I imagine.
A helpful theory, but one we will not get the answer to standing around here.
No. Where is I guess if I need to ask around, I will to see where like the closest temple would be of
Sure.
higher standing, not like some smaller one, but like a decent sized temple.
hmm yeah, I mean, you can absolutely ask around. You
Mhm.
could use investigation or persuasion.
Okay.
Can I assist by making my own persuasion roll?
You can make your own persuasion roll if you would like.
Can I guide myself?
You can.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
18.
Okay. Doesn't take you too long between both of you asking around. Um, you are directed to. Um, it's more of a commonplace for multiple deities, but it's large enough. It's like the piecemeal of religion. It's just a bunch of they are well, for lack of a better term, the higher regarded, but all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it doesn't really have a name. It's just a known temple that has multiple um, religious worshippers
Okay.
of different deities.
We shall approach. I'm assuming it's open to the public.
Yes.
Okay. I
Yes.
guess we'll look for the nearest clergyman.
Hmm.
Or unless they have like a main desk area,
hmm
we'll head
Let's
towards
see.
there.
There's no like main desk. Um, there's no reception. But there are people of common folk and people of a clergy, multiple. Um, there's people in maybe like darker greens. As far as clergy, there's people in stark white. There's people wearing gold robes. So, is there any particular, I guess, nature you're looking for,
Um,
or just the first one you see?
probably probably more along the lines of like the first one. I guess you would see.
Okay.
He's
What's
just
the
looking for information at this point.
first one you see? Uh, oh, all right. So, first person you'd come up to, a clergyman. is a half-elven man. He's wearing like very light purple and brown robes with like red accents.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
Yes, how may I help you?
I was wondering if we could get if they're available, a scrying. We're looking for a friend that
Oh,
they might have
ah,
gone missing.
I see. I see. Okay. I do know of somebody. Hopefully they're around within their clergy. It's not exactly my specialty, but give me a moment. I'll see if I can find them for you around here.
Okay.
And he'll walk off. Um, about 5 or 6 minutes go by, and another clergy member, different robes. These are like just light blue with some white trim,
Mm-hmm.
and this is a gnome man,
Mm-hmm.
like a forest gnome. He waves you down as he approaches. Excuse me, were you looking for someone to do a scrying?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Wonderful. I could help you with that if you would be so kind as to leave a donation for the clergy. It's only 30 gold here, if you don't mind. And we can help
Ab
you as best we can.
Absolutely. He will turn towards either Jacob or Luna, given he currently does not have any gold on him, as you
Mm.
know.
I see. Luna will pull out 15 gold. 15. God.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
It's fine.
Yeah, Jacob will pull out the other 15 gold.
Okay. He'll take the donation and he'll set it off to a side table for the moment.
Mhm.
And he'll move off to the side a bit with you. All right, now, if you're unaware of how this might work, if you have any personal affairs of this person, any as best a description as you can, um, anything that's belonging to them, it'd be helpful in the casting of the spell. If not, that's all right. As best a description as you might be able to do. The name, of course, if you
Mhm.
can, and I can go ahead and give that a go.
Mhm.
Um, Luna will pull out
Ah,
the
the
blank.
paper.
Yeah. Do you think this might help Forsev?
Definitely. If it
She,
was her who wrote it, then that would be a person, a belonging of hers.
she would hand it to the clergy member.
Okay.
And Forsev, having known Einan for a very long time, will go into great detail. Skin color, hair, tiefling, height, age,
Favorite
any,
color,
any.
food.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
how she acts, um, anything of that nature, he would describe.
Okay. Gotcha. Mm, okay. Okay. All right. He will pull out a focus of sorts, a little crystal that he has around his neck underneath his garments,
Mhm.
and he'll begin casting the spell. let's see. What kind of DC would this guy have? I'd say his save would probably be 15. So, with that, that is a 14.
Ooh, so
Oh,
it
fucking
succeeds.
shit.
So it does succeed.
Cool. Phew.
It
What was the modifier, by the way?
If it failed, you would need another donation of 15 gold.
Oh no, because you can't cast it
Oh
again
fuck,
for
that's
the
right.
24 hours.
I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
This was the one done for the day.
Yeah.
But no, it was he was second hand.
So then it was a +5, but
But
possession, I imagine.
possession made
So
it
it is only they only
-4.
had a +1.
They had a
then.
+1 on top of whatever else they had.
Yeah,
Wait.
which is a wisdom save.
So
Yeah.
wait. The way scrying works is if you cast it and it fails, they can't be scryed upon again that day by that person or at all.
Yeah, the target is unaffected, and you can't use this
You
spell
can't.
again. Yeah,
Yes.
you can't
Okay.
use the spell against it again for 24
You
hours.
Someone else
could
could,
have
but-
found someone else if there was,
Yeah.
Fucking,
But-
we're just like you're fucking useless and just
but-
leave.
but it worked.
Okay.
So, if there's anything you'd like to do in the 10 minutes, but he will start describing things as the spell takes hold. Okay, all right. I see an individual, a girl, I believe, like you described, yes. She's wearing leathers of some kind. Okay, she's in a room. She's in a room. I can't make out a whole lot. There's no conversation to be had.
Is she with anyone?
I can't see anyone within the immediate area. Perhaps she's in a room by herself. I think it's a small room. I think I can see a door nearby. I don't see a window of any kind, but she seems just fine. Nothing amiss. Well, seems to be reading a book of some kind, but I can't make out any of the words. It's a leather tome.
Leather tome.
I think
Is
there's
there
a bed in the room.
bed in the room? What's,
Maybe a desk. I don't hear anything. You have to remember he can't hear you,
Oh yeah, that's true.
so he's just rambling off. I don't see. Doesn't look disheveled or anything. It's just quite an average room, really. Not a lot of decoration or anything around. They seem fine, whoever this individual is. I think that's about it. I'll give it another minute or two, see if anything happens. He'll wait another 2, 3, 4 minutes, and then the spell will end. He'll come out. Well, hopefully you were paying attention. She seems okay, whoever this individual you're looking for is.
Okay.
But
Forsev will breathe a sigh of relief.
And she's in a room, so that'd be holy fucking shit.
So woof 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 woof. Luna,
There's just a
stop
dog in the
barking.
background
What?
barking at Luna.
yeah. But yes, if there's anything else I can do for you, let me know. If not, I bid you a good day.
Was there no discernible descriptions about the room she was in, other than there was a bed and a desk?
I, that's as best as I can gather. It was a very simple room, so uh, would it have
Did it
been
remind you of
would
like
it have
an
been her
inn?
room? You could say it was akin to that. It was very bland, so perhaps it was an inn of some kind. But
Um,
I assume it doesn't sound like their room in that case.
no.
Okay,
Um,
then yes, perhaps an inn or maybe some lower class establishment of some kind. But
about
yes,
how big was it?
oh, it was quite small. I could certainly see the walls within my limited view. Mm, maybe only 10 feet across, 15 feet across, one way or the other. Not super big.
Is that pretty standard for tavern rooms,
That's
Brennan?
depending on how the echelon of establishment. That'd be a
Walk
fair
into every
assumption.
inn. How big are your rooms?
Is your room about 10 by 15?
No? Good day.
Goodbye.
um, were there any like discernible colors? Like what was assumed the desk was made of wood, I imagine.
Yes, yes. Everything was it was a wooden building. I assumed that I saw mostly wooden material. Yes, the desk was as well. The bed was decent. Nothing too extravagant. There was no window in the room, so um, you know, hopefully whoever this is might not be on the other side of the entire world, but I'm going to assume maybe not.
No,
But
I doubt it.
right. Um,
Yeah.
I didn't particularly hear anything boisterous or loud or interesting, but it's not always the easiest to do so.
Um, did you get anything about what she was reading or a
Well,
design on the book?
I could not see the front of the book in the way in which she was reading it. However, it was a dark leather, and if I had to if I had to size it up, and he holds up his hands a bit, I'd say it's probably about this big by this big, and it's about the size of what you might consider like a diary of some kind, quite a smaller journal,
Hmm.
but leather bound. And she seemed to be reading what looks to be some. Honestly, hard to tell for him. Couldn't tell exactly what she was reading, but she wasn't writing anything.
So she was reading but wasn't writing.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
At least we know she's probably not outside the walls.
That's it's very good. Thank you.
Of course, of course. You're very welcome.
Um, and what was your name, if I may ask?
Oh, you can just
No.
call. No,
You may
you may
not.
not ask. No. Uh, my name is Grom.
Grom. Okay.
Yes. Clergy of Ion.
And Grom is a what?
He is a forest gnome.
Hmm, gotcha.
Clergy of Ione.
Ion.
Boy.
Ironstone?
Ion.
Own. Good old Saturn. Shut up.
That
It
was a stupid joke.
really was.
The fucking ring. what what you wearing there? Just a floating ring, nothing to worry
Don't
about.
worry about it.
Well, thank you, Grom.
course.
You've
Very well.
put my mind at ease.
Well, I hope so. That is best of intention.
Right. Now at this point they will head out.
Mhm.
All right. Well, we know she's in the city at least. She seems to be fine. Just reading.
DM,
Yes.
how far is it from here to Force's place?
From here to Forsev, it's only a short travel time from the North Gate. So, but with that, I'd say 40 minutes to an hour.
Hey, do I think that I could Sherlock Holmes this shit and try to actually figure out where the fuck she went and actually piece together a trail? Given I know how to kind of track, kind of. I mean, I do, but like, am I as a character confident that I could maybe do that?
Tracking, sure. Investigating is a different story, and to
That's basically what I'm asking. Is it going to be survival or investigation?
it depends on the nature of your actions. If you have an active lead and you're going after something, it'd probably be a survival for tracking them. But if you don't necessarily have any leads and you're looking for something to follow, you probably have to investigate.
Yeah, my need for
Well, if
proficiency in
only you were
investigation.
smart, like you were wearing that cursed headband of intellect.
Oh man, if only you were wearing that, you could investigate like Sherlock Holmes and
Nah,
figure this out.
nah.
Mhm.
It still
All
wouldn't
right,
even be that
so
good.
we're gonna do the Watson.
I see you.
Well, what is that? What is the plan?
I think first of all we should go let Dothry know that she is in fact in the city.
Mm, okay.
I believe she was at the North Barracks, which we
hmm
shouldn't be far from, given we didn't really leave the area.
No, I'd say it's probably only a 15, 20-minute walk,
Okay.
but you could get there faster if you really wanted to.
Probably for the best we do that, so she doesn't leave the area.
Okay. Yeah, you are welcome to do that.
Hmm.
I assume everyone's gonna go.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Be right back.
All right. You head out to the North Barracks. Short jaunt over. There is a single guard stationed outside, but Forsev, you would be aware. Jacob, you'd be aware in passing knowledge that There's no. You don't have to sign in or anything to walk into the guard barrack, but there's like restriction beyond the foyer.
Hmm.
Okay.
But yeah. So I
Um,
assume you head in.
yeah. Well, first I'll ask the guard who's stationed outside.
Mm,
Um, uh, excuse me.
yes.
Did and did an Azamar woman? She's a warden, Dothry. Was she?
Uh,
Did she come through?
Perhaps a little bit ago, there was a woman that came through in gear. Yes.
Did she leave already, or did she come out?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure she's still in there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then we'll head inside.
Okay. Yep. Go inside. There is there's an older man sitting kind of in the reception area, um, behind the desk, just reading a book. And you don't see Dothry at
Okay.
the moment. There are a couple chairs about just in this main area, more like a waiting area.
Hmm.
And there's a room off to the right and a room behind the counter.
Okay. I'll go over to the man sitting behind the reception area.
Yes, how can I help you?
Hi. Do you know where Azamar woman named Dothry? She's a warden. She might be asking around for someone.
Yes, she's off into one of the side room at the moment. She was asking a couple of her companions, uh, I believe, about I assume what you're referring to.
Yes. Could you get someone to get her for us? We need to speak with her.
Uh, sure. What was your name? I'll let her know.
Forsev.
Right. Okay. He uh, slowly but surely gets up and heads over to the side door, and only maybe a minute goes by, and Dothry comes out firstly, and he following, and he goes back and sits down. Dothry comes back, looks at you all. Okay, you had some information about Einen?
Yes. We believe. Well, we basically know that she's still in the city.
Okay,
We had a scrying done, and she's
Oh,
in. We thought that would be the best way to determine if she was in or out of the city.
okay,
And it went
right.
through, and she is in a room reading a book. It's
Okay,
not the house, but somewhere. And I'll describe like the basic ass room.
okay, that's good.
Sounds like a tavern or an
That's
inn of some kind.
I would agree. Yes. Okay. Um, I assume you haven't let Scion know yet.
No, I'm not sure where he is actually.
Okay. I think he just mentioned he was gonna head back towards around Dahlia's and ask around.
Okay.
Um, but okay, all right. Well, that
How many inns are in
How many inns are
well,
Caspia?
in?
how many inns are in Caspia?
Caspia. I'm assuming there's
Uh,
quite a few.
well, there are a couple inns in Caspia. Um, you of course know of one in the Autumn District.
Hmm.
Um, you would. Are you an inn goer? Would you consider yourself
Forsev?
an
I
inn goer?
mean, not for a while. He has a home, so
Yeah.
he
Okay.
typically would just go back if he to the home if
I
he
feel
needed
like
to
Jacob
rest.
would know the inns,
hmm
though.
You can both give me a history check then. Yeah.
Okay.
Jacob for sure would probably know because you don't have a home.
That's a 17.
Okay. Yeah. And then,
Can I guidance this roll?
yep.
Okay. What's my history? I think it's +2. Yeah. 11.
Okay. Um, you wouldn't be too sure what the closest inn would be for you. You know there is one in the Winter District
Hmm.
that isn't too far from the um, the common clergies. But Jacob, um, in line with that, you do know specifically of an inn named the Rumbelly Inn. That is in the
Well,
Winter
there's the
District.
Rumbellion. It's in the Winter District.
Okay. Like rom or rum?
Rum.
So it's Rumbellion.
Rum Belly Inn. Like
Oh, Rum
belly.
Belly.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Rum
thought it
Belly.
was Rum Belly Inn. Gotcha.
Yep. And that would be the closest inn.
Okay. Perhaps we should start there then.
Dothry regards you for so. So, if you're going to check out the inn, should I can go find Scion and try to let him know, and perhaps we could head to, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly an inn goer myself. Maybe we could find. Fucking Fivit would probably know, but I don't know where he is. Maybe we can find Fivit. I don't know.
Yeah, Vivid, definitely. He's definitely more of an in-goer than the rest of us.
All right. Well,
I'll
leave
we'll go
that to you
check the
then.
Rumbelli. You go find Scion.
All right. I'll try to meet you back there in a timely manner, but if you're not there, then I will.
Which inn are she's going to meet
Uh,
us up with?
Rumbelly.
At Rumbelli? Okay.
Yeah. If she doesn't happen by you, she'll head back to the house.
Alright. Alright. Alright, that's the plan.
All right. And she'll start walking out.
Yep.
And I assume Jacob would lead to the inn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't take you long. Another 15, 20 minutes back, kind of in the same direction as the common clergy. And in fact, there isn't the inn before you. Rumbelly Inn. Pretty simple, modest. Has a hung sign out the front to title it, but it is open.
Mm-hmm. We will enter.
hmm It's still pretty early on,
Mm-hmm.
so there's a couple people around, but most of these people seem to be trying to finish up a meal and head out. There's one or two people at the bar, um, and you can see at least the person running the bar at the moment is a gold dragonborn.
Okay. Do you know this barkeep, Jacob?
You would. His name is Brahm.
Yes, that's Brom.
Well, if you've been to this establishment, perhaps you should initiate conversation. Better you than a
All right.
stranger.
Well, hello there, Brom.
Hello. Uh, don't know. You look familiar. Have you been here before?
Been here on occasion. Yes.
I noticed that slender face you have, the dark hair. You play music, don't you?
At times.
You have the look about you. How can I help you?
I'm looking for a friend. I was wondering if they were at Sin.
Hmm. Okay.
Just short tiefling woman, blue skin, white hair.
Uh. Hmm. Is this a recent come in?
Yes.
Hmm. I've only had two people come in today, at least, or over the night, if you will. But nobody like that. Uh. Hmm. I had an older gentleman come through, and then I had a younger human girl who came through for a room. But that's all that came through last night.
I see. Well, thank you for your help.
Of course, of course. Anybody need a drink? No? Food?
Maybe later.
Alright, fair enough.
Um, Forsev will make his way up the stairs towards where I guess I assuming there's a second story where most of the inn rooms would be.
Mm-hmm.
And about how big is the inn itself?
At least in the front room here,
Mhm.
it's probably about maybe 30 feet across, 40 feet across. It's
Okay.
not massive, but it's sizable.
Forsev will get about the center of like where the upstairs would be. I'm assuming that's where all the inns are.
Mm-hmm.
He'd go about the center, and he's going to use detect thoughts
Okay.
to get a general feel of the people around him.
Okay. So, in casting it, you would imagine you have the majority of this area,
Hmm.
at least for the rooms. You let's see, I'd probably say there's about 10, 11 rooms up here.
Hmm.
You get somebody in 5 rooms. There, 5 rooms seem to have somebody in them at the
Okay.
moment. There's 3 off to the left and 2 off to the right.
Okay.
The 2 on the right, and everybody seems to be in individual rooms. There's not 2 people in one.
Gotcha.
Uh, Starting from right to left, um, just at very quick glances going through their surface thoughts, first person you get seems to be some weird, like, fantasy dream of some kind. And you can hear snoring coming from the room, so this person might be asleep. But the voice that comes to you is like a male voice.
Okay.
The next person over um, seems to be somebody who might be writing something. It seems like they take in thoughts and then they stop for a moment and they contemplate what they're saying, what they're thinking, and they keep doing something. So they're busy doing something, but it's a female voice. Um, Off to the left, closest to you, you get thoughts of somebody questioning themselves, wondering about what they're doing. Um, it seems like somebody who's just lost in their own thoughts. It's another female voice. Um, Next one over seems like another female voice. It doesn't seem like they have many thoughts going on.
Hit
It's
him.
very,
No thoughts head empty.
it's yeah, they're very basic. They're not thinking about anything specifically
Mhm.
right now. It's just emotional.
So, with detect thoughts, because I imagine like the thoughts I'm receiving are in the voice of the person.
For the most part, if they're
Okay.
if they're not if they're not like thinking about other people, like
Mhm.
having that internal conversation with somebody else that, as people do, you would imagine this is in their manner of speaking.
Do any of the female voices sound like they could be Einen?
It's a bit difficult to tell, but you imagine not whoever might be on the right. It sounds like an older woman, but
Mhm.
the 2 on the left seem like younger female voices. And then there was one more on the left, but it's a male voice.
What were their thoughts again? The two female voices on the left?
The first one, to be closest to you, was somebody in contemplation with themselves, just you know, questioning their nature, things that they're doing. You know, they're worried about some stuff. Um, then the next female voice was the very simple, very emotional, bland thoughts like, "I wonder what I'm having for breakfast. I wonder how work is going to be today." Things like that.
That one does not seem like Einen. Just judging from her character. Any like mention of what type of work she does, or just work in general?
It's just in general.
Okay. And then the one who's like in contemplation.
hmm
Um, what is what is she? Um, like describe like can you describe like what type of contemplation she's like discussing from what I would be able to gather?
Hmm. Immediately, it would probably be along the lines of like, I wonder what I'm going to when I'm going to find my next job. I wonder if I'm doing the right things. I don't think I am in the right line of work. I think I need to get out of this situation. I'm having a hard time right now. Should I do this? Should I do that?
Balls.
Hmm. Nothing that seems like all internal monologue, nothing like about their surroundings or maybe a book, but it's all internal
hmm
based for both of them? Okay.
There, there doesn't seem to be any reference of any kind of book at the moment. Um, and there's not really any personal reference except for one thing that you would definitely know about at this point. Um, it seems that this individual on the left is thinking of possible opportunities to be had at the open house party of Sir Nevermore. This person
Okay.
seems like they intend on going to that.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, he will drop the spell.
Okay.
It's probably about up anyways. It only lasts for a minute.
Yeah.
Um, he'll come back down and
Okay.
like walk over to the group, which I don't know if you guys are like sitting at a table at this point or
Yeah, I wanted to talk to. Well, fuck, what was it? I wrote it. I didn't write it down. What was the Dragonborn's name again? I'm writing it down
Brom.
right now. I promise.
Grom.
What?
Baram.
Grom.
Baram. I thought it was Grom.
No, Grom is the Forest Gnome
Well,
clergy member.
close. Grum.
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 And
Yeah, this guy
this is
B
Brom.
Brom. Yeah.
I detected and I was able to in I got all the rooms, right?
Yeah, you could have
Okay.
moved, a couple feet in either direction,
Yeah.
assuredly, but yeah.
Okay. I just double checking because I would have been like yeah.
Mhm.
All right. I don't think Einen is here. I went through the surface thoughts of the people in the rooms, and none of them seemed like they fit what Einen would be doing right now, nor their tone or anything like that.
Ron, if you wouldn't mind me asking, this
Mhm.
human woman, this younger human woman, and the man that she was with,
Uh,
around when did you see them?
you mean the younger girl and then the older man? She was
Yes.
not with him in that manner of speaking. They were separate people, as far as I could tell.
Oh,
Um, but no, the younger girl, I think she came in pretty early in the morning. I don't know, maybe 5, 6, something like that. Um, she pretty much just came in, asked for a room, and then she got a room upstairs. Might I ask why you're asking about this person?
I just had a sneaking suspicion at first that the person we were looking for perhaps had disguised themselves as someone else, given that it was a common thing, given the other people we had asked had seen a similar woman, so let's just see if that was a
Uh,
possibility.
I just don't want nothing happening in my inn. You understand?
Don't believe me, we are here for no trouble.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, that's about as much as I can tell you. Is average height girl, younger human girl. You know, like shoulder length brown hair. That's about it.
Now, is that how the other guards described the other human girl?
Um, the guards. It's a bit different.
Hmm.
Um, Margaret described a girl kind of similar to that,
Not
more
all
so than the
humans are the same.
guards.
Can you shut the fuck up, Scott?
Damn, damn. Wolfkind don't really know that difference.
God damn it. Well, now what's Fosef?
Could still, I could knock on those two doors and ask, just in case. I mean,
I mean,
Are there any other inns where we think she might be?
don't look at me, I wouldn't know.
Can I make another history check?
Sure.
I'll guide you.
Okay. That is. Let me look at my history. I think it's just 2. That's a 22.
Okay. You probably know that there aren't any significant inns in the winter autumn district besides the two that you know of. There is one in the summer district. It's called the Scorched Keg. Um, you probably haven't frequented that one very much. And in the spring district, you're not aware of any like promising or notable inns necessarily.
The Scorched Keg would have rooms of this rough size,
Yeah,
in theory.
yeah.
Okay, we could try the Scorched Keg.
There are other like higher tier inns, more like, suites kind of towards the center of the districts, but none of those places would even closely match the rooms that you're looking for,
Is
at
Doctor with us right
least.
now?
No, she went to look for Sion.
Okay, making sure. Sorry, I kind of fucked off there for a second. I'm eating so much pizza, I'm gonna make myself sick.
Luna,
Yes?
perhaps it would be best if you could stay here, and if Einen is here, and she comes out, you would be able to keep an eye out, and if Dothry shows up, you can relay if she found anything as well. Well, me and Jacob go over to the you said it was the
The scorched keg.
scorched keg in the Summit District.
About what time is it at this point, Britton?
At this point, I think I'd be fair to say it was closer to
Like noon at least?
9 or
Oh,
10.
9 or 10 a.m.?
Yeah, it was very early when you started this, like
True, it was like 6 a.m.
6 when you left the Willowbrook.
Yeah.
Like 6:30. So yeah, probably closer to 10.
Going to be honest, Vorsev, while that is a viable plan, I'm going to say it again. I think we are running out of time, considering we know at this point that she is not in any danger. I think we should look to the institution for assistance. We planned on going
Why
there
would they
anyway.
help us?
We have information to share, and an ally to be made regardless.
But I feel like this is not something they would particularly care about, and it's not like we have any real relationship with them.
We don't, not like we have a relationship with them when we hunted down a dragon for them. If something needs done, and money or favors can be exchanged in advance, you can pretty much convince anyone to do anything. So, I think if we mention our contract, perhaps it might at least get his attention. Not necessarily what we did, but just that we were the ones who carried that one out. It may
I
get
just
your foot in the door
feel
of the conversation.
that that is something we should wait to do. It has no bearing on the current situation, though.
You think Mr. Nevermore could not help us? He's the Archmage.
Is he an archmage?
That's
Did
what
we
I.
get that?
That's what I thought I heard.
He was a professor.
Some might consider him that in certain circles, but he is not quote unquote the Archmage. There is no discernible the, but there are multiple.
I meant to say an Archmage.
He is fairly well esteemed within the right circles. There's probably plenty of people who don't so much care for the Institute and probably never even heard of him.
Look, if I'm outvoted, I'm outvoted. I will do as the party wishes, but these are my thoughts.
I just feel that we would be wasting time in that regard at the current moment.
You don't see it as wasting time, me sitting here?
If she is here, and she comes out, then that solves it. Well, we go and investigate the other tavern and
I don't think it's a good idea.
What'd you say, Scott? You kind of cut out there.
I don't think it's a good idea to go talk to him.
That settles it. I will stay here and you two will go to the other inn.
Thank you.
Kind of just takes a seat wherever at the bar.
Hmm?
And me and Jacob will head out towards the scorched keg.
Take you a little bit of time to travel to the summer district, but not too far. Relatively. Probably only an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Luna, is there anything you would like to do in your time?
Continue finalizing my notes and perhaps order myself a tea. or something to calm the nerves.
Okay.
I'm a little irritated at the moment. Based on that conversation. I don't let anyone know, obviously, by the time they leave. They like Jacob and Forsev don't know, but as soon as they leave, I'm just like, what to do with these two? Just get like a tea or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could get that without much issue.
How much?
Ah, let's call it fucking 5 copper.
Okay. I
If
gotta
if
see
you
Brom's got some change because I don't have that.
I mean, yeah, fucking, it's tea. It's copper. You're not paying any more than copper for fucking a thing of tea. It's leaves and water.
Literally. Hey, and sugar if he has it.
I mean, it's fucking on the house. You need a teaspoon of sugar. But yeah, you can get some fucking tea. Um, but yeah, you guys head to the Scorched Keg. Um, it is open.
I'll be right back for a moment. I gotta grab something.
Okay.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to scoop my pizza.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, it still works.
Back.
Um, yes, the tavern before you,
Mhm.
Tavern Inn, is open. Bit of a rowdy crowd on the inside. It seems that this is a more boisterous environment. Um, Jacob, you might have visited this inn once or twice. You don't know the name of the proprietor or barman, if they are
Mhm.
one and the same, but at least you do know the the man that runs the bar is a halfling man, in which you can see before you. He seems to be running stuff through the bar, um, and he seems to have a waitress that's running around serving tables while he's at the bar. Bit of a louder crowd, maybe 15, 16 people, but about the same size as what you're used to.
Well, shall we get started?
All right.
And we'll go over to if when the barkeep isn't busy. What did you describe him as again?
He's a halfling man, lighter
Okay.
skin. He has like reddish hair that is pulled back into like a tight short ponytail. He's got like rings all over his fingers. He's like dressed nicely.
Hmm.
Seems to keep himself uh above board a little bit. But yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, how can I help you?
Hi.
Hi.
I was wondering if someone had come through here, maybe bought a room. A friend of ours bought a shorter, blue skinned tiefling girl with white hair.
It's possible. Possible, maybe not. I mean, hey, who's to say, you know? But can I get you something to drink?
Sure.
Sure.
All right, what are you having?
What's good?
If you're looking for good, or you're looking for to try to get drunk, what's the deal? What is your kind of good, my friend?
Um, I'll take. What's like the one thing like above ale? And about how much is it? Typically.
It'd probably be some kind of wine or like there's more expensive meads. Um, depending on depending on what you want. You get probably a mead or a wine.
Okay. I'll have a mead.
Mm. All right, we got a couple different kinds. We got a mint, and believe it or not, we got a chocolate, or we just got your standard, honey mead.
I'll just take the honey.
All right, fair enough. That'll be a silver.
All right. I'll hand off a silver.
All right, I'll take it, pour it, put it, and you, my handsome friend.
I'll have some wine.
Oh, a man of class. I like it. Red or white?
Red.
Oh, daring today, are we? He grabs it, pours you a glass, sets it
You're
down.
talking about a human.
Shut up.
All right, that'll be 2 gold or silver.
Too
Sorry,
cold.
Jesus.
5 gold.
For a glass of wine.
No,
So 2 silver?
prices.
2 silver.
Okay.
But I can say with all certainty, I did not see somebody who looks like that come through here. We had quite the crowd, but a younger tiefling girl, blueskin was it? Can't say I have.
Damn.
At least not in recent days, Maybe
Mm.
before that, but I assume you mean recently.
Yes. Specifically around maybe last night.
Nah, sorry, friends, not last night.
He'll just kind of sip on the mead.
But
Okay.
yeah, if there's anything else I could do for you, just, I'm here.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just do an insight check just in case?
Sure.
And then guidance myself.
Sure.
22.
This guy seems like a businessman. So
Mm-hmm.
you fulfilled his request in the trade. He gave you information. It's about all he really cares about. Made a bit of
Okay.
coin.
Well, I don't know where to look from here.
I'll go give my thing one more try, I guess, upstairs. Maybe I can get a read on something.
All right.
Once again, I'm assuming there's a second story with the inn rooms.
Yes.
Is it about a similar size tavern as the last one? Is the
It's a,
Rainbow Inn?
it's a little bigger. And the upstairs leads to like an open second story that has a walkway that leads around the outside,
Okay.
overlooking the main hall. And the rooms are lined around.
Okay.
So there's like 10 rooms just that encircle the second floor.
Gotcha. Well, he'll start at the first one and work his way around with detect thoughts.
Okay. Starting from one side to the other, left to right, you probably get in total. You probably only get 3.
3. Okay.
Um, and from left to right, the first 2 um, are in the same room. It seems to be just in passing. You can hear like physical conversation, but it seems to be 2 male voices
Hmm.
and a conversation being had, and they're having you know thoughts within their head just about the conversation they're having. They're just talking about their work. Seems to
Okay.
be craftsmen.
Gotcha. Moving
Um,
on.
and then the last one, which is all the way to the right, opposite side of the balconies, um, seems to be another male by himself.
Okay. And then those are the only 3 people?
Those are the only 3 people up here. You get a lot of the other readings below you because everyone's right below you, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
if you're interested in any of those people or the barman.
Unless there's like any. Actually, yeah. What is the barman thinking right now? Just curious.
Um,
What are the barman's surface thoughts?
they're pretty busy.
Hmm.
Very busy thoughts. He's running around a lot. Um, but surprising to you, um, every time he goes past Jacob, he keeps thoughts in his head about like how handsome Jacob is, and he really likes his ears. Just 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 a little bit odd.
Wait, who?
Okay.
The
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 barman
the
about
bar.
Jacob.
Oh, okay, the barman. All
Hmm.
right.
Hmm.
Hmm.
He is he keeps self monologuing about his uh Jacob's attire, just the way he looks. In praise, like he
Okay.
likes his outfit.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Um. Well. Doesn't seem to be anything of note here. He'll just drop the spell and then walk back down to Jacob.
Okay.
Sit back down. Just shake his head.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was worth a shot. Let's get out of here.
All right. Finish the glass of wine and set it back.
Okay.
I'll nod to the barman as he walks out.
He'll nod back.
Well, those are like what? Those were a lot of the notable inns that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
Shit. Well, let's head back. Maybe Del3 has returned and has found something, hopefully. Otherwise, I'm lost at this point. If you need to cut, you can cut, or we can just make our way back.
I assume you guys are, well, where are you two gonna head?
back to
The
the
inn
rum
before
belly.
this one.
Yeah, the rum
Yeah.
belly, where
Okay.
Luna is and where Dothry said she'd meet us.
And probably within that time, Luna, you're probably waiting about an hour, maybe a little less, and you notice Dothry come in by herself. She sees you and she walks over to you. So, uh, I guess not in either side with that. But I did find a Scion, and has been made aware, and he's gonna keep looking about. Um, but no, I can't say if I found anything else, and it seems you haven't either. Are the other two still here?
No, they have made their way to a different tavern to search that one.
Mm. All right. Well,
Have you seen any or heard any sign of Vivid, perhaps?
I actually haven't. It's a little surprising. He does this every once in a while, he'll stay out, away from the house, just mind himself for a little bit, hops around the taverns, but mm, I
You
hope it's
don't
not in any convenience with what's happening with Dine.
you don't think perhaps we may be overlooking that fact and maybe it is?
I thought about it. I would hope not, at least at least nothing nefarious in that case, but I don't know why any of this would need to be so secretive, and even if she is by herself or with him.
Well, he is known to be a drink goer, yes.
Yes.
A bit of a tavern crawler, as they say. Excuse me, Brom.
Yeah, how can I help you?
You didn't happen to see a human man come through
Mm,
here?
Uh,
Oh wait,
you're
he's
asking
an
about
Azamar.
Pivot, right?
He's an Azamar, isn't he? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I would describe Vivid to Brom.
Yeah. He's missing a hand.
Yeah.
I cannot say that I have. Missing hand, that's a big one. I think I might notice that. But not around here lately. Although, missing hand, now that you mention it, maybe last week, sometime, a guy about that stature missing a hand. He did come through here, but I think that was at least over a week ago at this point.
Hmm.
Uh, sorry, I can't be of any more help there.
You are fine. Thank you, anyways. And the tea is lovely.
I'm glad you like it.
I not get the feeling we're wasting our time, even though there is no immediate danger. Dothry.
I'm just not sure what happened, and it's all very confusing. But I, I guess if she's fine, then she's fine. I just don't know what happened. Don't know why any of this is happening. Okay. She pretty much just said that she's confused as to why it's happening, and even though she's probably fine.
Right. I remember what I was gonna say now. Wasn't anything that led up to this. She wasn't acting particularly strange, doing anything Out of the ordinary?
Uh, not that I can recall. Honestly, she was a very simple girl at the time. Up until she just decided to leave for no reason, as far as I can tell. All she really did was read her books. She went to work at her little tea shop, and then more often than not, she left with either me or Scion, and then came back in the evening and spent the nights at home. She didn't have a whole lot of friends per se, but she's not somebody to just run out and hop around taverns or God's forbid go outside the walls for no reason. So I just don't know.
Did anyone check the tea shop, perhaps?
Scion did, actually. That's where he went. Um, but she didn't come in for work.
Hmm. Well, Jacob and Joseph said they would meet me back here in a few, so should be expecting them any minute. Does it?
um,
I wouldn't know, Scott. I haven't been there.
Well, why not?
Well, he literally just said that fucking Scion checked it. I assume he checked the whole damn thing.
yeah,
So
sure.
he probably didn't just open the door and go, "Oh, well, she's not here." Close. Just walk out.
I mean, hey,
Uh.
you never know.
I think it's safe to assume.
All right. Um, yeah, only about 20 minutes later, 15, 20 minutes later, um, you would reconvene at this inn,
Mm-hmm.
and Dothry is there with Luna.
Any luck?
No.
No.
No on our end too.
Hmm.
I didn't detect or see Fivet at the scorched keg, did I?
No.
Okay. Any sign of Fivet?
I had asked, and also no.
No, we haven't seen him. And it's not the first time he's done this, but I just, like I said,
True.
I hope it's not coinciding with this event.
Ah, this is so weird. Where else could she be that has a bed and a simple desk? And notice other discernible features other than an inn. And like we checked almost all the inns.
I I'm not sure if she could, for all we know, she could be in any of the houses in any of the districts. For whatever reason. I mean, there's over 100 residences just in the outer rim. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Perhaps maybe Brendan,
Yes.
do clergy temples have rooms that might fit a description like this?
Perhaps some of them, probably more the ones that are isolated for a single deity. Those are usually smaller,
Mm-hmm.
not as refined as the one you went to, a common clergy. It's a lot more stonework and you know marble work. Um, it's possible, but at least not the one that you visited previously.
Okay. Forsev will go back over to Brahm was his name, right?
Yes.
Okay. Brahm,
Yes.
you wouldn't happen to know if there is a place with the listings of the various um temples in Caspia, would you?
A
That
place
perhaps
listing them all.
yes, or anyone who might
Uh,
know of all the various temples in Caspia.
uh, I don't know of anything like a list or sign of any kind, but if I had to take a best guess, probably at the more like of the common clergy with all the individual deities. I would imagine that they would probably know where the other clergies might be because that would make sense, they would want to have good relations with the rest of the practices.
Okay.
So maybe I would recommend asking there personally.
Thank you.
Sure.
Perhaps if she's looking for things about the traveler, and if she's interested in a religious figure, maybe we should look there as well.
Indeed.
They might
It's
offer
worth a shot.
yeah, they might offer rooms, or at least one of them, one of the various temples in Caspia might offer a room to read about a deity, like a private area.
I thought most of your people did not know of the traveler.
Well, I mean, Einan seems to know, so I guess there might be a uh, cult following in Caspia. I'm not sure, but if anyone would know, it's likely the main clergy section.
All right, it seems possible. I was going to suggest perhaps we seek out someone who can send a message to Einen, perhaps asking her if she is all right and if she even wants to be found or where she is. Perhaps she left and does not wish to come back. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying it is a possibility.
Hmm.
And if she does want to come back, she would tell us where she is.
Let's That is a good idea, Luna. We can Perhaps we can think about that if nothing comes up with the thing I mentioned. We can hit that. We can try attempt that afterwards.
Well, we're going to a church or a clergy anyway.
Yes,
We just ask there.
exactly. I guess back to the common clergy where we met. What was his name? It was
Grum.
Grum. Yeah,
Grum.
Grum.
Okay. Yeah, you can head back there. Would you want Dothry to accompany you, or perhaps pursue something else?
Um,
She will accompany you if otherwise, unless otherwise requested.
unless she has any other good places to check, I assume she would probably just be best accompanying us in that case.
Okay. Yeah. Right. In that case, you make your way back to the common clergy, and
Telling you.
are you looking for anyone, or specifically the gnome you encountered last?
Probably be best to if we can find Grum if he is around.
Okay. Uh, you don't immediately see him, but there
Mhm.
are other members. If you're inclined to ask to retrieve him or something.
Yeah, I'm probably looking for like a similar attire. Looks like it would follow the same um deity Ion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you can find somebody.
If we get Grum, then sending he's already seen her, so
That is true.
Yep. Sending would work. If he has that spell.
Grum,
Mhm.
if Grum has it.
Yep.
I mean,
If he has it, he would probably be able
Well,
to.
hold on. I don't know actually. I don't know if it specifies you. I'm pretty sure you have met. It might actually have that wording. We might just be wasting our
for
time sending.
for send.
You send a short creature of 25 words or less to a creature of which you are
you
familiar.
you send a short creature.
Sure,
You
short.
send a short
Did I say
creature.
that? Did I
Yeah,
actually? Fuck.
yeah.
Guys, I'm actually dying. I'm sorry.
You read creature in the
To a
next line.
creature with which you are familiar is the word.
I would say
He's,
the
I'd say he's
you're
familiar. He's
familiar
Yeah,
from.
That's fair.
yeah. With the description I gave and the fact that he's seen her
Mhm.
and he knows her name, would
Yeah.
probably work out.
Probably.
All right. Well, if we can find Grum, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. I'd say without much issue. You could eventually flag them down, if not ask for somebody to get them. But yes, after a few minutes, good old Grum approaches you. And welcome back again. Is there something that I might be able to help you with?
Perhaps I was wondering if you knew of any temples that might worship the traveler, if you're familiar with him in Caspia.
The Traveler. Is this an older deity? Is this... I'm not familiar by name. Is this of a different plane? Is this
They're
from the
from the Feywild.
fairies?
Yes.
Oh, I don't have... Hmm. I could go and check with... I could go check with an associate of mine that might know a bit more, if you wouldn't mind. waiting a moment.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Of course. He'll head off for a moment. Another minute or two, and he'll come back. So I mentioned to them the traveler, and they had a very vague ideas. To their knowledge, this is a deity of some kind of deceit or pranks, if you will. Yes, does that sound right?
Yes.
Looks at
Okay.
Luna. That sounds about right, I think.
Right.
Well,
Does he assume you agree?
Yeah. She agrees. She nods.
okay. Well, in all honesty, we don't know of any practices or beliefs within the city. Individuals that are practicing this just have short records of it and hearsay, but there's no temple of worship, if you will, that we know of. Does not seem this is very popular in the city. I apologize.
That's fine. Would you know of any place that would offer like research for specifically the traveler, like maybe a temple that offer like a private reading area, smallish room with a desk and perhaps even a bed? Allow you to research in private about someone such as the traveler.
I see, I see. Well, we certainly don't have that here at this facility. Um, Off the top of my head, I don't think there's any places of worship like that. I mean, there might be one or two that are more or less sort of an inn kind of establishment, but they are certainly more focused in their religious beliefs in that manner, but probably not with a library, if that's what you're inquiring. The closest thing to a library, maybe there's a couple bookstores around, but probably not have any rooms. There's also the Institute, I'm sure you might be aware of. They do
Yes.
have studying rooms per se. I've never been to them personally. Um, but no, nothing exactly specifically like you're mentioning, I'm afraid. But if I had to guess, the closest thing I would say is one of these like, smaller religious sects or the Institute, perhaps, at a stretch.
Hmm. He'll like look back towards the group. Do we want to try sending a message? There's not much we still haven't found much to go off of.
Something that you offer here be helpful.
I can do that as a service, yes,
How
if
much
you
would that
wish.
be?
That would only be 15 gold in donation, if you would.
Did Forsyth get his money back?
I mean, I'm with Dothry's here, so I can get it back, I
Oh,
imagine.
okay.
Dothry, yeah, she has it.
Okay.
It's gone. It's all gone. All
Damn.
90.
Dothry spent
Spend it
all
all.
of your money.
Spend it
Damn.
all on booze.
Unfortunate.
She's actually shit faced right now.
No, she just has a bunch of cheese.
Not Arthur.
She bought a bag of holding and then cheese.
You will fork another 5 gold out of me. I'm not mad. I'm just visibly upset.
About
I mean, you don't have to give him any.
Well, I'm going to because I'm a nice person.
Okay.
no, you helped pay for the last one. He got this one at least.
Okay. Yep.
I'm not interjecting.
I'm not going to complain about that one. He will, Grum will walk over and grab a small parchment and a writing utensil, piece of charcoal, uh, and he will usher you over to the desk.
Mhm.
So, if you know how the spell works or not, you get a few words to speak, if you will.
I think
But
it was 25, was it not?
that's correct. I'm surprised you know that. Very educated. Yes. And if you just write this here for me, I will express it exactly as you write.
Okay. All right. He'll like, Dothry, how do you think we should word this to Einen?
Hey, yo, bitch,
Well,
where the fuck you at?
No.
Shut up, Luna. Shut up, Colton.
coming
That
from
was,
Grum,
that was just you,
coming,
Colton. Shut
coming,
up.
coming from Grum, that'll
Korsev and
sound incredible.
others are concerned about you.
Should type it out, whatever we're doing.
Yeah, that's
Definitely
literally
type
what
it
I'm
out.
doing.
Okay.
That's literally what I'm doing. 47 others are concerned about you. Are you okay? Where are you? That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14. So we still have 11 words
Yeah.
to mess with.
Do you need assistance?
That would leave, what did I say, 11? So that'd leave 7.
Please just tell us that you are okay. If that works.
I think that is in fact 8.
Is that one more than what was?
Yeah. Please
Just
just
get
tell
rid of
us
please.
you
Get rid of
are
please.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please
Just
just
tell
tell us
us
if you are.
Yeah. Just tell us if you are okay.
Yeah, no,
Just
please.
tell us if
No,
you
please.
are. No, please just tell us if you are.
Yeah.
Just tell us if you are. Are you? All right. Is that in fact what you would like to write?
Yes. I think that summarizes everything.
Okay. Well, you write it out. You give it to him.
The number you were trying to reach is no longer in service.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Damn.
No, he will read it off exactly as you expressed, and see him waiting a moment. Huh. Okay. This individual did reply.
Whew.
Well, pretty much they said that they're okay, but they're quite busy with something, and they ask that you not try to find them right now, specifically. So, it seems that they don't want to be found.
Forsiv kind of just like drops his head a bit, saddened by.
Dothry speaks up.
he's lost for. He looks towards Dothry. He doesn't know what to say to this. He's lost. He doesn't know what to do.
I am not sure either. I don't think there's much we can do besides going on a random hunt through every building in the city.
Let's do it.
And I'm already going to have some explaining done on my end about why I'm not showed up for my shift, which isn't a problem. I'm not concerned about it, but I can't exactly expend those resources every single day for the next month.
I know.
Maybe just go to that party? That open house thing? What if... I don't know who's going to be there, but I do know that this Nevermore person is quite astute. You know, so I don't even know. There might not even be any point in that. I'm
I
just
think
grabbing.
it's quite literally all we have. I think at this point.
Maybe, perhaps, we could send another message and ask if she left the note. We should have just
It
included
was
it.
her.
Did you say it was her or wasn't her, Zach? I didn't hear that.
No. Forsev would immediately reply that it was her who left that note.
What makes you say that?
The number. It's synonymous with her. I'll explain it a bit. Let's. Thank you. And
Of
he'll look
course.
to for assistance. For your assistance.
Yes, of course. Anytime.
And dejectedly, feeling kind of defeated, Forsev will, I assume, walk out with the rest of the group.
Okay. Yeah. At this point, it's probably almost 3. 2 or 3. It's getting a little into the evening.
Dothry, any idea where Mr. Nevermore might live? Where his open house might be? We heard it might have been at his. It's going to be at his place, residence, but
We also don't know when it is exactly. We know it's going to be this weekend
this week.
at some point. But,
Oh,
not when.
I'm fairly certain that it's tomorrow night. I heard. I'm not sure where he lives though, but I can imagine close to the institute, or at least close to to the center spire. You know, if he's a well-off professor, probably have to check around.
We could eavesdrop around the institute to gain perhaps people in passing there might mention his place of residence or at least a general location.
I mean, yeah, that's probably true. I probably should go check in at my barracks, so I can't help you with
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah. Go do that. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble.
they'll deal with it. But
I'm
all
sure
right.
they will.
She just keeps a cocky grin.
All right.
Well, I guess I'll probably see you later tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good day, Dothry.
Yeah, we'll try. she'll head off towards her barracks in the Autumn District. And I assume the rest of you still want to go to the Institute.
Yep. But before that,
Hmm.
Forsev will go to Luna and Jacob, and they'll each give you 15 gold for the scrying earlier.
It's not necessary. So we did all we could.
It was a personal matter. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't at least repay you in that regard for something like this.
In this kind of line of work, personal matters tend to get mixed in with everyone's matters at some point. Sure, I'm living proof of that. She'll kind of like put her hands up, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
these things happen. Do not worry about it. I can't speak for Jacob, but
You can take it if you want, Jacob.
If it truly makes you feel better about this, I will take it, but you do not need to give it to me.
It would at least make me feel better.
Then I'll take it.
All right. I'll give you the 15 gold to you.
Hey, Brendan, where would I go if I wanted to sell a gem?
You could probably go to Scion's workplace.
Yeah,
fucking
probably.
silence.
Because I forgot I had this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the best place to go.
Yeah.
Unless it were magical for some reason.
Because
But
I want to get enough money and then get him working on the Displacer Beast cloak. So
okay.
I want to do that. 'Cause it's
Remind
gonna
me
save.
which. Did I
It
tell
was
you
the
which
small
gem?
cut ruby teardrop.
Gotcha.
It was in the brazier. In the
Yes.
place.
I couldn't remember which kind of gem it was, but
So we
yes.
have at least until tomorrow to look for them. So that means we should probably split up.
I would say would probably be for the best. Listen around, try and hear anything about this party.
Yes.
If this Nevermore is as educated as they say, he might know something about the Traveler that regular clergy members might not. And perhaps a place where they might be researched.
Well, probably the Institute, I might imagine. They do have a lot of books.
That's likely.
Right, well...
Did was Einen in any way specific in the sending of what she was doing?
No, she was not.
She
She
just said she
specifically
was
said she
doing
was busy doing something.
something.
Yeah, we
okay.
got I'm okay, leave me alone.
Pretty much. But in like not a mean way, just like I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm busy doing something on my own and you don't need to follow me. Like respectfully, but fuck off.
Respectfully,
Yeah.
fuck off.
With love.
Fuck off with love.
With love.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye. Oh god.
Bye.
Well, Jacob, if you wish to go do your thing with the cloak, I will take my leave and go search elsewhere. Yes? While you, Orsev, are going to do what exactly?
I'm gonna go try and maybe listen about, hear something about this party.
Fair enough.
And if I find something, I guess where do you want to meet up if we're all splitting up at this point?
Well, that's a good question.
Meet back at the inn where we sleep.
The Willowbrook?
Or at your place, that also might work. Perhaps it would be worth taking a look around there briefly, and it would beat staying there as opposed to spending the money it would take to sleep at an inn. No offense. We could meet back up there at sunset.
All right. That's fine.
All right. And break.
And okay.
And
So-
go.
So, who wants to go where first? Doesn't really matter.
We can probably start with Scott.
Okay. So, Jacob is heading to Dahlia's Glimmer to try and sell this ruby.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know where it is at this point. It's not so far from the common clergy. It's just on the border of the autumn and winter district. Doesn't take you too long. And you arrive. And the shop is open. You enter, and you do not see Scion in here at the moment, but you do see what you might assume to be Dahlia behind the counter. Seems to be reading a book of some kind. But she is a very tall but skinny figure, a human woman, but she's about 6'5". But she's just reading a book,
Yeah, that's tall.
and
That is tall.
it is tall for a human.
That's
Yeah.
how tall my dad is.
Yeah. Taller than Forsev.
Yeah.
He's 6'2".
But yeah, just reading a book, and you can see the black and white cat that was originally greeted you at the door is kind of just like sat up on her shoulder and just sitting there while she reads.
Love it.
But yeah.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello. How can I help you? Tall, strong, and handsome.
Jacob's new
There's,
character. Everyone wants to fuck him.
No, it's only the tallest of people and the shortest of people.
Yeah. Bards,
There's
man. Passive persuasion be like.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
There's a slight grin on his face, and he pulls out the ruby and says, "I was wondering if you'd be interested in buying this."
Oh, that's such a wonderful cut. Do you mind if I have a look at it?
Please.
All right, let's have a look. She grabs out some of her tools and she sets it down in a nice soft basin. All right. She looks over it for a minute or two. And you're looking to sell this, yes?
Yes.
All right. Well, at my appraisal, she looks to the cat. What do you think? Maybe 60? 65? No, I think. No, you're right. He is handsome. Maybe 70. Hmm. For you, maybe 70 gold. It's quite a nice cut.
Done.
Wonderful. All right. Let me get that for you here. She moves the basin with it in it still off to the side, and she counts out some gold and in a little satchel. She ties it off, sets it down there before you, and just in passing, um, people talk to their animals, uh, but the cat was like nodding to her, um, like it was. You might think she was actually having a conversation with this animal. Just as a side note, it's very
Okay.
obvious. But she sets it up for you.
That's funny.
Well, there you are. Your 70 gold. Is there anything else I could help you with today? I'm sorry. Sorry. It gets feisty.
There's a slight chuckle. I do not believe so at the moment, but I'll definitely keep you in mind.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Well, if that is all, then I hope you have a wonderful evening.
The same to you.
And toodaloo. She just starts having a slight gossipy conversation with the cat again as you're leaving, and goes back to reading her book.
Okay, and then it's off to the magic shop.
Yes. All right.
I wonder if he. Do you have enough? I wonder.
Well, whenever I sell the intellect headband, yes.
Mm-hmm.
What did I say the intellect was? 120 or 130?
Yes.
You
Something like
said it was.
It was more if it wasn't cursed. It was like 180 if it wasn't, but it was like 120 or 130.
How about we put it right in the middle, 125. Is
Okay.
that fair?
We'll do that. Sure.
'Cause I don't remember which one you said.
Yeah, I
He'll
don't
always
either,
change his mind.
but yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
You
One,
actually
one,
said 2,000 gold?
I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure.
Can I roll deception?
Roll this-
No. Well, you know what? You can, but it doesn't matter what you roll.
With guidance.
Sure. You know what?
Oh,
Go for it.
wow. That's gonna be... That's gonna be a 33.
Jesus Christ.
With a nat 20 and a max of 4 on the guidance.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
nice.
Wow. It's not 2,000 gold, but I'll give it to you for 130.
Okay.
Damn.
So sure, there you are.
Thanks.
Sell it for 130. You know what? 140, because natural 20s should be respected.
Wow,
So,
thanks.
sure, 140.
Caught him in a very good mood today.
Yes, apparently he seems to be looking forward to this open house event. Talking about it a bit tomorrow evening. But yeah.
Are you going?
Oh well, of course I'm going. I mean, he's my cousin after all, and to be fair, I keep the shop up and running quite well, if I do say so myself. But yes, it'd be good to meet some new faces. I've been to one or two of his before, but Archibald always goes to them. I don't know why. Like I said, he's not very sociable, but
Hmm.
whatever makes him happy makes me happy because I get paid. But I assume I'll see you there.
I do believe we will be going, yes.
Wonderful. It'd be nice to have a conversation outside of the shop every once in a while.
Indeed.
Well, if there's nothing else I can do for you, my friend, I suppose
I
I'll
would like
see.
to
Oh, yes, of course.
set up the displacer cloak.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. I remember that. An interesting piece. Yes, as agreed, 250 gold, but I assume you might have that by now.
I do.
little receipt for you, just so you are aware, just so we have it in writing. Bit of an expensive one, this. And this here, it says on the paper as well. Give me about 4 days, and be good,
Okay.
right as rain.
Thank you very much.
Of course, and thank you. I will see you tomorrow, apparently.
I will see you then.
And a good night.
Thank you, British.
All right.
Why didn't you ask to get the location?
Because that would be too easy.
Damn you, Scott.
I mean, you can just walk back in and ask.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Great.
Jacob forgot. Jacob entirely just forgot.
Too
He's like,
focused on his
forceps
cloak.
on it. Forceps will figure it out.
He walks out and
I
then
don't. I
walks
don't want
for
to
a
take this.
minute.
I don't want to take this away from Forsev. He's had a
Watch
rough
me-
day.
He's
Watch
had a
me-
rough day.
Watch me. I'm just gonna like nat 1 the fucking perception.
Well, at
check.
least we know that we'll come back to the bar, and much like yesterday when with the magic bullets, he'll be like, "Oh, by the way, he's going to the party," and then we'll be like, "Why didn't you just ask him where the party was?" And he'll just be like, "Ah, I forgot," and then we'll go there anyway
Yeah.
after
No,
hours
because I
again.
didn't want to take this away from him.
Well, I guess we'll do we want to cut to me or cut to
Yes.
you?
Yeah,
Luna?
no, yeah.
I'm not sure what you plan to do.
Well,
It's up to Brendan, whoever he wants to cut to.
Yeah.
let's just do Forsev. We'll
All right.
have you look around the area.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you remember where the institute is? Seeing if you remember.
I
It's okay if not.
believe. Let me check if I wrote it in my notes first.
It's in Caspia.
Damn, got him. That is correct information.
Where's my
Hmm.
prize?
You get advantage on nothing. How about that?
Shit, I did not write the district.
I get advantage on checks related to knowing whether
But
something's
I
in
know
Caspia
it's
or a
not
different
in.
part of the
I
world.
know it is not in the fall district where we live. I know that for certain.
Yeah, that is correct.
It's not in the spring district, I don't think. 'Cause I don't think we've been to the spring district, have we?
You might have, but like not since we started.
Yeah. So it's not either of those two. It's either in the winter or summer.
Well, I suppose you'll find out, won't you? Well, you're currently in the winter district. Would you like to look there?
Yes, I'll look in the winter district first.
Okay. Are you going to look for the institute, or are you going to? You know, it's closer to the spire, so you could look for the
Yeah.
institute, or you could just look for around the central spire.
He would probably start working his way around the central spire and just listening in, maybe trying to hear if anyone mentions this party, given it seems like it's a major event.
Okay, fair enough.
He'll start there and then work his way around till he gets to the institute.
Okay. Perception.
Okay. May I guide myself?
Yes.
Cool. Oh, okay. That's a natural 20.
Okay.
28.
Okay. Well, starting in the winter district off towards the edge, start making your way would be clockwise towards the autumn district and summer and so on. You hear a bit of conversation, a bit of gossip, you know, but it only takes you about, once you start your round, about 15 minutes and just so happens to be you are on the same street in which the institute is, and you can see it
Mm-hmm.
there before you. Maybe another 5-minute walk, and you would be at its boundary. But at that, I assume you might search around this area more.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and in doing so, only about 10-15 minutes later, you come across more or less a posting that is set up on one of the corners of a street that is it's like a
Like a notice board, kind of.
yeah, it's kind of like a notice
It's like,
board.
hey, these things are happening.
Uh,
Current.
pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. I was gonna say like bounty board, but it's not. There's no bounties on it. It's yeah, it's like a notice board. But you do see um a parchment that is describing specifically where Sir Nevermore's open house is and directions to it from the institute,
Gotcha.
um, as a relational point. But
Just for future reference,
yeah.
what is where is the institute located? What district?
Oh, it's in the Winter District,
Okay.
more closely, much more closely towards the center and more closely towards the border of the Autumn District.
Okay. In the center. Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Well, that only took you probably like 40 to 50 minutes.
Okay. Um. Given he has probably a significant amount of time to kill,
Yeah, probably at least 2 hours.
yeah, he'll actually go into the institute.
Okay. Yeah. Much like before, no issue going in. And there before you, you see the two receptionists that you might recall from before.
It was
A
a dwarf, right?
Yes, there's a dwarf, a male dwarf, and
Mhm.
a human female to your right. Both sat there.
Okay. Um. Is and like this is like the library section, like where you
Mhm.
can like read
Yeah,
stuff.
the main entrance leads right
Yeah.
into the receptionist, and the entire library sits before you in the back.
He'll he'll scan the. I'm assuming is the books, are they like alphabetized in terms of or is it more like based upon author and subject matter?
It's a subject matter,
Okay.
more of a subject matter.
Do they have like postings of what subject matter was where, like visible, or
Yeah,
do you have
they
something
do.
you have to ask?
No, they do have more of a like a posted directory at the threshold of each what say you? There's like a seating area out front
Mm-hmm.
of all the main rows of shelves, um, and on each of the um, what is it? Each of the sides of the shelves, there are postings for each row. What subject matter is within these?
Um, Forsev will go probably if there is a like a religious section, I guess,
Sure.
or something about clerical or clergy or anything of that regard,
Yes, there is.
and probably would just search for anything he can find, maybe on the traveler.
Okay, you can give me an investigation check.
Okay. And if he needs, he will go ahead and ask the dwarf the dwarf if he were to know of any, if the library has any books upon the traveler or of that nature.
Okay. Do you are you prone to look yourself and then ask, or would you like to ask first?
Probably look myself first, and then if I can't find anything, I will ask.
Then let's see what you roll.
I'm going to guide myself.
Mhm.
Plus investigation, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. It's pretty
Pretty
good.
good.
21.
21. Okay. Not too shabby. Looking through moderately sized section of religious history, current religions, the deities, um, maybe lesser known deities. You find that section, you start perusing through. You do find in one book that's kind of an encyclopedia style
Mm-hmm.
of just many different kinds of deities, and then
Mm-hmm.
ones that fall under these different kinds, like what were the prime deities and what are the current deities and
Ugh.
different eras.
Ugh.
Um, and you do find um, a small section within that is more or less non-prime figures of worship,
Mm-hmm.
i.e., other planes of existence kind of worship.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there is um, at that a section that talks about maybe like a page that talks about the Feywild, among other planes. Um, and there are a couple mentions of unnamed um, worship to uh, dragon-like figures.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there is mention of something called the Traveler in this section. Short paragraph. It doesn't really describe anything for the most part that you haven't already heard from Luna,
Mm-hmm.
but it does have the addition of mentioning that much unlike the other prime deities or even the betrayer gods, the traveler, as well as other very powerful fae worshipped,
Mm-hmm.
they have no less of a connection to the prime than they did before the hunger. And on top of that, much like other deities, they are very much empowered by the ranks of their followers. And the traveler is specifically noted as a very powerful deity
Mm-hmm.
with very little known of the number and size of his following.
Okay.
But that's all you get on the traveler.
All right. He'll put the book back, and then he will approach the front desk.
Okay, sure. Either or receptionist.
He'd probably go back to the dwarf that he talked to before. Perhaps if he
Okay.
recognizes Horsehead or not.
Well,
We'll see.
I don't know. You approach. He looks up to you. Oh, hello. How can I help you?
Hi. I was wondering if you had any texts on specifically the traveler. He's I don't know if you know about heard or read of him specifically. He's a Fey deity.
Okay. I'm not entirely certain about Well, I know that there's deities in the Fae, sure, but I don't know specifically the Traveler. But you're looking for some text on them. Hmm?
Yes, I browsed around a bit, and I found a little bit about him, but I was wondering if there was a book that might have a bit more detail about him.
Hmm. Gi- um, give me, give me one moment. Give
Thank you.
me. I'll be right back.
No problem. Very well.
Uh, he gets up and you see he goes up to in the middle of this like like a reading area that's in front of all the bookcases
Hmm.
behind the receptionist desk. He walks back there. Um, and there is a in the center there's like a it's kind of like a table except it has a like a gyroscopic ball that floats in the middle of it.
Hmm.
It's kind of looks like marble of some kind, but has like blue and white tints to it. And you can see he pulls out some kind of device and he puts it into a slot. It looks like a wand or rod of some
Hmm.
kind. Takes it out and he puts it into this slot that notches in, and he twists it, and he puts his hand onto the orb, and a couple moments goes by.
How many people, question, are in the library right now?
Right now, probably in the entirety of the at least the first floor in the reading area, not
Hmm.
including the receptionist, probably 14, 15 people.
Okay.
But a few moments goes by, and he releases from this device and pulls this secondary device out and puts it back away. Walks back over to you. All right. If you'll follow me a moment, I can show you where a couple texts might be that she might be looking for. I hope. We'll see.
Thank you.
And he walks back. He goes off to the religious area. Um, he does pull the book in which you already found.
Hmm.
Um, but then he hands it to you, and
Hmm.
he waits for you to follow him again, and he heads over to um, a section that is labeled stories and tales and adventures. It's more like a fiction section,
Okay.
kind of. Um, and he pulls one book off from here, and he hands it to you. Um, so this is probably the best you're going to get for what you're looking for. There's plenty of other mentions of, you know, traveling traveler and such and so forth, but based on you're looking for an individual named the Traveler, I think these will be what you're looking for.
I do have a question.
Mm.
Would I'm not quite familiar. I don't typically come to the library often. Do you check? Are you allowed to check out books here, or is it just more or less you read them while you're here and then you put them away after?
Based on that, I'm going to assume you're not a member
I am
of the
not.
Institute. You're not a student or professor. Okay.
No.
You must be to be able to check them out. You're free to read them here, but no, you may not take them outside of the Institute without having those privileges.
Okay. Um, would you know if there were are any books upon the Traveler that are currently that have been signed out at all? Just so I know I don't missed any.
I can certainly check.
You should make him make a deception check for that. He's lying. That's not why.
I mean, but why?
I'm not lying.
I
I
mean,
mean, you said you
he's
wanted him
not.
to check to make sure that you're not missing anything.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
true. He does want to check
yeah.
that he's not
Yeah.
missing any books on it.
Okay.
What? Is that
Like,
a lie?
What am I
I
lying?
feel like you're
I'm not.
you're doing
I
that
literally-
because you want to see if she possibly checked it out.
Yes. That's
But
Right.
why would
Yes.
this
Well-
dwarf try to suss ulterior motives upon
Because
that?
he's not. Because
I-
he's just a dude. Because he's just a dude he started talking to 2 minutes ago.
Okay,
but, like,
if
I
you
would've-
walked
I was
into
asking, hey, are there
I'm
any books
legitimately here
that
to
I
actually
would
look
not
up
be able to read
for
because they're checked
things about
out?
the Traveler. Like, he's literally followed like all the normal stuff like you
Like,
would do when
Colt,
looking for a book.
What?
if you walked into a library and you're looking for like cookbooks and you're like, I don't have the cookbook I want here. Maybe I'll ask if it's checked out. They're not going to be like, why the
You
fuck
need
are
the
you asking?
deception check.
Why the fuck are you asking? Is something wrong with the person that
Well,
has the book?
this isn't. You just explained to us that this isn't a fucking This isn't a normal ass library. You can just check out books. You got to be a member to check out books. So it's like,
Sure. He didn't ask what's the social security number of the person who checked it out. He's just like, did someone check this book and any other books out?
all right, fine.
He's asking very legitimate,
Yeah.
reasonable questions to the
That-
librarian.
That any normal person would ask if they wanted to know about the Traveler.
He's just asking if any of the books aren't in.
Yeah.
He's just
I feel like
Just
I
because
would have.
it
I would have
happens
made
to
him
be a
if I was the DM. I totally would
just
have made him,
because
and
it
you would have gotten
happens
yelled
to
at.
be just because it happens to be a strong plot point doesn't mean it has to make a roll. He's literally asking if a book is checked out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
It's okay. This guy's not going to question why he's asking if a book isn't in the library.
Throw him
Yeah.
in prison.
It's not like asking for information on beholders or how to summon a Tarask. He's asking about a deity from the Feywild.
Yeah.
How do you summon a Tarask? No reason.
No reason.
Don't
Oh
worry
yeah,
about
of
it.
course. We'll take you to this book over here.
It's actually hidden behind this locked door.
We keep that one in the safe. Here you go.
You need fresh blood in order to open it.
Here, I'll help you. Slits his own throat. Because all of that is reasonable. Anyway,
Alright, anyway.
he will go back up to the front counter and he will check through a log. And after a moment or two, let's see if he would know if any of these books would be relational. Mhm. So, scrolls through. Well, I can't exactly check to see the contents of the book if they're not in the library. And in all honesty, I'm not sure if any of these books have been checked out recently. We have about a week or two, depending on your privilege for how long they can be checked out. So, any of these books here, and he goes through like 2 pages.
Mhm.
Any of these are still checked out. I can't be certain that any of them are or have what you're looking for, if I'm being completely honest. So, the best I could tell you is maybe wait a week and then come check back.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
And Forsev will go over to one of the reading tables and just take a look through the other book that he looked at, that he was given.
This book is not titled. The other one was on the binding. It was titled "Religions and Deities."
What does this book look like exactly? Like the cover?
The encyclopedia or the other one?
The other one.
The other one is a leather book.
Okay.
Um,
Interesting.
It's pretty bland. It doesn't have anything like on the outside of it. It's a little darker leather. It's a bit smaller. But yeah, there's nothing super discernible on the outside of it.
Interesting.
And
I guess you would start reading its contents
so you open the book,
and die.
and it explodes. No.
Make a new character.
Get pranked. You're dead.
You're playing Einen now.
You're now Einad.
Damn.
Damn.
Play your other end. You have like 4 other lives. Don't worry. Just transfer consciousness.
Everyone's secretly, these are all my backup characters.
Okay. So, you open the book. What? Actually, okay. What you see before you is you see what appears to be a children's novel
Children's novel.
in text. That's what it appears to be, just in the first page. It's talking about a knight, classic knight in shining armor.
Does
And,
it have? Does this book have a table of contents?
It does not.
Okay.
It does look.
Does it have a table of food?
It doesn't. There's no table of food in this book. But it doesn't appear like it is professionally written. Like this doesn't read properly at all.
Really?
Like, it seems like somebody who took this as their third language tried to write it, translated from their own language. And it's not written in the best handwriting, but it's legible and still in common. But it's just a children's story about a knight and a dragon and a grand wizard.
Grand wizard.
And that is the pretty much main like character and plot is the knight and the wizard, and they go to slay a dragon, and it is very simple. Like, actually just a children's novel.
But no mention of the traveler?
No. There is no word of the traveler.
Love the music in the background for this.
Yeah. This intense ass music with a children's novel.
I'm sorry,
I
I really wasn't
mean,
even paying
hey,
attention.
No, I love it. Keep it.
It works.
It works. It's great.
Works.
Keep it. I love it.
All right.
Is there an author?
There's no author.
For Sev, he'll look. About how many pages is this book?
I would say about how many pages? I would say it's maybe only 50 pages.
50 pages, and there's no discernible features or interesting things besides the actual text itself.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. I'm gonna guide myself. 21.
Okay. Well, towards the end of the book, something that does throw you off is that there are like 2 pages in the book that are completely blank after the
Completely
story
blank.
concludes. And at the very end of the story, it it ends off in a very odd manner. It almost seems like the story is more or less saying to be continued and then leaves off with 2 blank pages with no text on them whatsoever. The story doesn't completely finish.
Something is amiss here. He's gonna like look at the pages, like maybe look at the crease line. Does it look like these pages were like stuck in here? Do the pages look as old as maybe the other pages do?
I rolled a 21.
Mm-hmm.
The Of the 2 pages, the last page, something about it is different than the pages before it. Uh, it's like slightly different shade, slightly off, but it's the same cut and it has the same stitch work to the binding, the same bind, but it's a slightly different color in that it's a little lighter.
Hmm. Hmm.
And something else you'd probably notice with that, to be honest, is that this is a leather-bound journal.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so the back end of the journal, at the last page, you can see on the inside of the leather, it looks like it was recently pressed. As in,
Recently pressed.
you can see that something had written on the last page of this within, you would imagine, the past couple of hours, because there is still minor indentation pressed into the leather behind it. But there's still no script on this last page.
He'll like just like very, very lightly brush his hands over the page, maybe finding any marks that might blend in, or if just very maybe like slight indentations of maybe like letters or anything of like that nature.
You do feel that on the leather, that indentation is definitely physically there. And you try to match it and feel around on the other side of the page that's directly next to it, and you can feel that there is, like, on the back end of the page, there's that slight bump to indicate there might have been writing on here before the page had time to settle back into its natural state.
Hmm. Yes.
Suggestion.
Yeah. I don't have charcoal, my guy.
Bro, it's a library. There's pages and charcoal everywhere. Just ask. It's a fucking library. If they don't have charcoal and paper, what the fuck are they doing? What do you fucking people take notes with? Your brain?
Hmm. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I am going. How many people are around me right now, sitting like at the table, at a table near
Mm,
me?
if you're at a table, there's probably immediately close, maybe one or two people, but just in the seating area in general, um, probably 8 people in total besides you.
Am I in view of the people in the like the reception area?
You're in view, but they are sat away from you, facing the door.
Okay. Is there like a
primary
corner table that's like further away from most other people who might be like is there a
There is.
distant table?
There is. I mean, relatively, they're pretty evenly spaced out, but you could move to the furthest one to the side.
Okay. He'd have his like move over there, like put his back like against them, kind of like angling himself more towards the corner, and he would just where that indentation is of where he feels there might be of littering, he is going to use prestidigitation
Mm,
and make a color appear on where he feels the indentation might be, where lettering would be. He thinks there would be there,
okay.
to try and see if he can discern any language or writing or anything of that nature.
Okay.
You're
You're doing this stealthily, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, so give me a sleight of hand.
Okay. What is my sleight of hand? No, it's not the best. +2. Okay. Um. Ooh, okay. Um. Would I be able to guide myself, or am I too late for that?
If you already rolled, then no.
Okay, then I will do something else. Let me take a look at something real quick before we continue on. I just have to make sure. I'm not sure if I have it yet. If not, I'll do something else. Okay, yeah, I don't get that for a bit. I'm going to use my D20 inspiration from last session to reroll that.
Okay. You do also have the D4 from your one use from recap, if you'd like to as well.
Um,
Instead, Just putting it out there.
Yeah, it's 10. It's not that great. He really doesn't want to be seen doing this.
Okay.
So we will consider the D4 after I roll again and see if I do any better.
Okay.
That is significantly better. I'm going to keep that roll with the 19.
Okay. You start casting the spell and start weaving it through, trying to create letters. I'd like you to give me an Arcana check
An
to
Arcana check.
see how well you can create these letters.
Okay. Now I'm definitely guiding myself this time.
Okay.
Natural 20 with
Well, how about
guidance.
that?
26 in total.
That's pretty good. So there is with this last page towards the top is where this writing is at the start of the page, if you will. And there's only about one line across
Okay.
the page. The first word that you managed to get off is not a word.
Not
It
a
is a
word.
name.
It's a name.
It is a single name. Only a first name or a last name, possibly, but it is Clementine.
Clementine. Interesting.
Second word you get is also a name. It is Jerusalem.
Clementine.
And because you rolled so high, you would just barely be able to figure out that there's actually a comma between these two,
Okay.
but not in the subsequent two words.
Okay.
The next word is not a word. It is something that is very familiar to you. It is the numbers 8 and 9.
Oh.
There is also a comma, and it says
Okay.
Caspia.
Caspia.
But there are no more after that.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Did I say Jerusalem?
Yes.
Sorry, it was Jericho, one of the names of the
Jericho.
other arc.
Okay.
Confused myself.
I was gonna say because Jerusalem's an actual city, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
was Clementine, comma, Jericho,
Jericho.
no comma, 89, Caspia.
89, comma, Caspia.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Okay.
Forsev will then just close the book, put it back wherever the dwarf found it,
Mhm.
and put the other book back as well.
Mm.
The encyclopedia, and then he'll leave.
Okay.
That's what he thinks.
All right. You leave the building.
Okay. With a renewed sense of intrigue, he accomplished something.
Did you now?
I did. I feel
Yeah.
like I accomplished something important.
Yeah, sure. I would say so.
Mm-hmm. All right. Interesting. So then I guess we'll cut to Luna then, if we want to do that.
We can absolutely do that. So, what is Luna doing?
Well, I have to ask you a question first, Brandon. Let me get to
What is
my...
the meaning of life?
Well, yes, that, of course.
Nope,
but,
don't care.
Don't care.
Don't care.
to
Next
ask.
question.
Anyways, does Luna know what black powder is made of?
Give me a disadvantage intelligence check.
Fuck. All right. All right, this first one. Fuck.
And disadvantage does do what disadvantage does. You don't know what it's made of.
And we are on the hunt for an alchemist.
All right. You gonna look anywhere in particular? Just find an alchemist, or
Yes, I will
else
look.
find alchemist.
Yes, find alchemist.
I guess find alchemist.
I don't know
Fair
where to
enough.
begin. So, I mean, probably like in
No,
like the
that's fair.
shopping areas where it's like most commonly found, like the most shops and tradesmen's.
Okay. Uh, mhm. Just do this. Apparently, you hear people laughing in the
Something's
background.
really funny.
And fucking people laughing for no reason. Okay. Go ahead and give me investigation or persuasion, depending on what you would like to do.
Persuasion, because it's better. I'll talk to people, I guess.
Oh, I guess I'll talk to people.
God fucking
Cool.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
do you want to talk to people?
Cool.
Can't do anything out of combat.
Welcome to being a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, takes you about, I'd say, an hour and a half,
Jesus.
and you actually make your way more towards the center of the winter district and start milling around, and you go to the autumn district, and you get to the summer district, and fucking hour and a half later, you get into the spring district. Didn't take you as long as it would have if you went through the majority of the city, but staying close to the center, you made it in a fair amount of time. But you do find one, a mention of one, about 20-minute walk from where you encounter. And yeah, I assume that's where you would like to go.
Yes. What is this place called, Brandon?
It is called Potions Galore.
Potion
Quite.
seller.
I am the potion seller.
Give
No,
me the strongest potions.
it's yeah,
Very well.
simply put, Potions Galore.
We will go in.
Okay.
I need something that works better that wasn't like pants. So fucking spring district. Potion shop.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Yep.
All right.
Good. Cool. So, Potions Galore. It yeah, it'd definitely still be open at this time. And you go in. There seems to be two other individuals seem to be milling about perusing. There seems to be many potions, much like the name would imply. But there's also sections for herbalism, sections where there's lots of ingredients, both magical and non. There's a small section that actually has a bunch of different tea leaves, and they're who seems to be assisting one of the other customers, is a tabaxi man. He has like really frizzled and gray fur. He's like looks a little older, probably in his late 40s, maybe.
Hold on,
I'm holding.
wait.
I'm holding.
Is Tabaxi one of the have not seen or heard of? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I have not seen or heard of at all.
You don't know what the tabaxi is.
What the fuck is that?
It's a giant kibby.
Oh God,
Right,
I don't
does
like
look
him
like
already.
dog person.
I don't
and
like
cat
him already.
person.
It does look like a giant feline on 2 legs.
It's gonna be an interesting conversation. Wolf person meets cat person.
And the so the weird thing about this guy, beyond the fact you have no idea what he is, this guy has a blindfold on.
Oh,
He has a dark black and blue, very nice looking, like it's decor, blindfold across his eyes. But he seems to be pointing things out on the shelf, talking to a customer. You know,
she like sees this and like raises one eyebrow, kind of like quizzically thinks to herself for a moment, before just kind of shrugging it off and walking over.
okay.
Just,
He's still he's talking to a customer, pointing things out,
I'll
and
just wait.
yeah, he finishes up. He takes some things over, makes a quick sale, and is indisposed.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes, how can I help you?
Are you an alchemist of sorts?
He looks around the shop sarcastically.
And I mean in more of the science regard, not so much the magical regard.
All right, that's fair enough. Yes, I do dabble in a little bit of both.
Oh, wonderful. Where are my manners? My name is Luna. I will outstretch a hand.
My name is Clicks.
Clicks. Does he go to shake my hand?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. I'm trying to like check him out as he gets closer. Like, how does this man see? How's he seeing me right now?
Make an insight check.
For kind of your reception?
Sure.
Yes.
Might be a slightly different answer. 17. So, just giving him a hard look over. He doesn't have he should not in any way have visible sight of you, like with his eyes. Like you can't. There's no way you can see through that blindfold. Like it is incredibly dark. It's thick enough. Um, but he doesn't have any kind of artifact or item that is like, oh, this is the thing. It's just he's wearing decent clothes, like pretty nice clothes. He's got a bit of jewelry on his wrists, but and then he's got the blindfold. That's it.
Clicks, I came here in hopes to find someone perhaps able to help me in such a regard, as I myself am not that familiar with science and the chemicals and the like, but I wish to learn more, because I have something unique in my possession I wish to study further and learn more about, if that makes sense.
All right. Sure. What do you got?
I don't know if you're familiar with these, but she'll pull out one of the bullets, the non-magical ones, and set it down. I believe these work by ignition of this substance known as black powder, and I don't know exactly what it's made of. Is it possible that you could break it down and tell me what it is actually made of?
Oh, this.
Yes, I would have to open it, of course, but I planned on doing that for one of them anyway. I'd have to, destroy it.
All right. Do you know what's in it?
Yes, it's black powder, but I don't know what it's made of.
Oh, explosive stuff.
Yes,
Made of powder that's black.
we need
All
to be
right.
careful when opening it. I assume you have tools and small implements that could do such a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah, give me a second.
Mm.
And he reaches under the desk, little counter that he's at, pulls out looks to be tinker's tools of some kind. A
Mhm.
little different than the ones you've seen. Seems to be a bit more instruments in them. But pulls out some tools, and he grabs like it's like this arcane device, if you will, and he sets it up, an individual piece on the counter, and you can see that a have you seen Mage Hand before?
Probably. Maybe once or
Yeah,
twice.
I could imagine. Yeah, I could imagine you would. It looks something like a Mage Hand. Um, it's like sits on this pedestal, and it's just like a hand that's like out from the wrist, aiming upward, and it's a hand, like a purple spectral hand. And he hands the bullet to the hand, and the hand grabs onto it, and he starts taking it apart. And you could see the hand is, in a way, helping him by doing exactly what he needs without having to command him to do it. And he takes it apart without issue whatsoever, like he's done this before. And he has a little cloth that he sets it down, that he has beneath it as he's taking it apart. He takes it apart, lays everything out. All right. So, do you know any of this?
No.
Okay. Well, first here, you're looking at the gunpowder part. That's what you care about.
Mhm.
Okay. Without taking it apart, I mean, I could, but it's kind of a waste. Pretty much, all you're gonna need is a bit of charcoal. There's some rocks in the mines that you break up, right?
Yes.
It's called niter. Need a little bit of that, and you need a little bit of sulfur. It's yellowish, smells awful. It's also in the mines. We don't really produce it here, but it's a byproduct of a lot of shit, mostly the coal mines.
All right.
Without having any of it here, I can't exactly show you how to make it, because I don't make this stuff, but I know how to. I have had to before on special requests.
Is that right?
Yeah, once or twice. But that's pretty much it. I mean, honestly, it's not. You have to get the cut right. You have to get the right amount of each element, but that's not that hard to do.
Do you know what the
If you
right
bring
amount is? If I could write it down, perhaps she'll pull out her notebook. Like the ratio of the each of the components.
you're gonna need. Let's see. Think it's 75, 15, 10. 75, 15, 10.
She will write that down. Thank you.
Yep.
This is incredibly helpful, Flix. While I'm here, do you have any perhaps healing potions for sale? Like just normal ones?
Yeah.
How much would those be?
What? Just a regular?
Yes.
Those ones are running you about 20 gold.
20 gold.
Buy a healing potion. Man's just gave you the recipe
Wow, if
for
only
fucking
you had
gunpowder
taken
for free. You should buy
if
a
only you
healing
had taken the 15 gold
man.
from Orsev earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you've done for me, Flix. I will take one of these healing potions, and I hope to return soon at some point for more business.
All right. Sounds good to me. Just one?
Yes, just one.
All right. And you can see he just walks over to where the healing potions are. He takes a little key out, unlocks like a sliding cabinet, grabs one out, puts it back, locks it over. He wraps it up in a small cloth and puts it in a like little basic satchel bag.
I will hand him 20 gold.
All right. You get the 1d4 plus 1.
Oh, it's 1d4 plus 1. I thought it was 2d4 plus 4. Okay, or 2d4
Isn't
plus
the
2.
plan
No,
of 2D?
that's greater.
I thought 2d4 plus 2
No,
was normal.
the regular is 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah,
Is
2d4
it?
plus 2, I thought.
Yeah.
Healing?
In my game, it was always lesser was
Oh,
The,
shit.
1d4.
the greater is 4d4.
Yeah.
The regular is 2d4.
You're
Yeah,
right.
healing common is 2d4 plus 2.
Okay.
You're right.
Yeah, greater healing is 4d4 plus 4. Superior healing is 8d4 plus 8. And then supreme healing is 10d4 plus 20.
Many.
10d4 plus 20?
Yeah, for supreme healing. Which is a very rare rarity, by the way. So it's
Jesus Christ.
expensive as fuck. But
Mhm.
you certainly get your healing's worth out of it, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Max of 60 points of healing on a potion.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. I mean, minimum of 30. It's like,
Yeah, minimum of 30 points of healing from a bonus action potion drink, which is
it's fucking
pretty
great.
sure even that's better than 9th level healing word.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's certainly powerful.
Yeah. Try to think before I leave if there's anything else. No, I think it's it.
Ask him what the meaning of death is.
Fuck off, Scott. Well, thank you, Clicks, for everything. I will definitely be visiting you again soon. And before I go, you wouldn't happen to have a favorite blacksmith or a favorite metal, maker in town?
Honestly, I can't say I do, but I do know most of them tend towards the Winter District, mostly because that's where some of the mines are.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Hard work makes good for a colder environment.
It does. It does. That's what I hear.
Well, see you around.
All right. See you later.
Just kind of awkwardly leaves. Still don't know what he is.
Yep.
Don't really care. I mean, I care a little bit, but not enough to ask.
Yep.
I'm too occupied.
I mean, funny enough, there was also like a beholder in that room, but
Just didn't notice.
just disregard. Don't know what that is either.
Completely disregarded.
But yeah, okay. You exit, and where would you like to go from there?
Oh shit. Fucking. We're gonna go to the mines and get those things. Because
Okay.
that's what it's made of. And I'm also looking for somewhere.
You gonna mine at night?
No, I'm going to buy, possibly, or find someone selling sulfur, charcoal, or saltpeter, and also soft metal such as brass or aluminum.
Are we back in the mines tonight?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sure, you could do that. I'd say at this point, it's probably closer to 5:30 for
We got
you
time. We got time.
as you're going up.
We got time.
Okay. So you're looking for. Are you looking for somebody who specifically has the resources or a blacksmith?
I don't feel like the blacksmith would have all of those things. Well, saltpeter would probably be the one thing the blacksmith wouldn't have, but charcoal and sulfur probably would. But I need all of those things before I need a blacksmith, because I was hoping to just use a blacksmith's shop and the forge, obviously, to just make bullets.
Hmm.
Just like for the first time. Past this, I'll probably be able to do it once I make my molding kit, which is going to be the time-consuming process. Like,
Mhm.
at that point, I'll be able to do it over a fire. But having a forge for the first build would be optimal. So I guess I need to look for the raw materials.
Okay.
The metal and the saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur.
Well, go ahead and roll persuasion or perception.
We're gonna perceive. And that took a minute. 17.
Again, wonderful.
Yes.
So, it only takes you. It only takes you about probably 40 minutes to find a more or less a kind of like a warehouse facility for you know, storage and specifically what you're looking for the most part. Um, uh-huh.
I'm still
But
listening.
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a more or less a warehouse of some kind.
All right.
It's not named or anything,
Yeah,
but it
there's
does
no
have like
there's no like logo or anything, no like mining company logo or anything.
no.
Hmm.
It is the only one you've seen in your time looking. It's quite large. It's quite large.
Try this one, I guess. Try to find an entrance or a way in. Is it guarded?
Not at at the very front door. You do not see any guards, but there is just a front door. Yeah, a double door. It's a metal door.
Hmm. Just go up to it and knock. Well, first before I knock, do I hear anything when I press my ear up against it? Coming from within.
Perception.
I have advantage. Hey, there we go.
Okay. From the inside, you do hear a little bit of talking, a little bit of humming. Seems like somebody who's in the next room over, connected to this door. Is just one voice though. Um, but yeah,
She will knock.
okay. Knock, and you do hear somebody. Probably only takes a couple moments, and there is a human man that opens the door. Um, He seems to be wearing like half plate and armed for sure. But you can see just past him there is somebody who seems to be sitting like behind a desk. But he opens the door. Can I help you?
Well, perhaps. I was coming to this place in search of raw materials. If people here were willing to trade.
Fair enough. Yeah, come in.
Oh, wonderful. She'll come in hastily.
He closes the door behind you. He moves back to a position, just leaning against the wall.
Do I get the idea that this guy's like a guard?
Yeah, probably. This guy seems like the bellhop that's armored. So,
Armored bellhop.
But like
armored bellhop.
private armored bellhop, not like
Yeah, he does
fucking...
not have warden attire on
There's-
whatsoever.
I was gonna say this isn't warden gear.
But yeah, there is a half-orc gentleman sitting at the desk. Seems to be reading over something until you come in and approach, I assume.
Yes.
Looks up to you. Well, how can I help you?
Hello. I am in need of some raw materials. I need some saltpeter, some charcoal, and some sulfur, and perhaps some spare scrap lighter metal like brass, aluminum.
I see.
Also any lead if you may have it.
Oh. Tell me if I'm wrong. That seems like explosive powder. Yes?
Yes, indeed.
Might I ask why? It's not a
I...
very common request.
Right. Well, I am one pursuer of firearms and firearm technology.
I see. Well, you wouldn't be the first, but not an everyday thing here. How much do you think you're gonna need?
I would like enough to last me a little bit in order to make a few more rounds. I only have 2. I wish to make... she like kind of like counts on her fingers. Maybe 50 at most?
Alright. Well, the charcoal's pretty easy. Not that expensive to get charcoal. Scrap metal could probably do that. Probably don't have a whole lot of lead. We don't use lead for a whole lot. Other stuff we definitely have. I just need to see how much. Usually we sell this stuff whole, so it's kind of a bulk price for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But that seems like a decent amount at the very least.
Do you think
Let
we
me go
could substitute the lead for perhaps iron?
Yeah, that's easy. We could do that.
Wonderful.
Alright, let me go see how much in stock we have of your saltpeter, your sulfur.
Yes, of course.
But the other stuff we have plenty of. Let me go check. He'll
Alright.
head back and leave you with this guard he's just standing there reminding himself.
Is he armed?
Yes.
What's he armed with?
He has a longsword on his back.
I
Arms.
see.
He's got 2 guns.
He's got a gun. I steal it.
He has 5 guns on him.
It's not a common thing, except I'm a private security.
Except with that man. He has all of them.
You can't speak
He's
to him
using
now.
He's using a
mute.
tiny gun
Yeah,
to pick
he's
his
not-
teeth.
the pirate captain who's too fucking lazy to be able to reload his own pistol, so
Yeah.
he carries like 10 of them, and he just shoots one, puts it away, grabs another one, and shoots.
Yep. Yep. I mean, it's a way to do it.
Yeah.
It works.
Carries like 10 guns on him. 10
Fucking Blackbeard.
flintlocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just have a bag of holding with like a bunch of pistols in it,
Yeah, with one
or
shot.
musket-loaded
Guys,
rifles.
who needs a pepper box when you have a bag of holding and can just continuously pull out single shot pistols?
Bang, put it
I
back
want
in,
you
grab
to
another one,
keep
bang,
50
put it back in,
single-shot
grab another one, bang.
pistols.
Oh my god. That's how all gun games work in video games.
I might make that an item.
The bag of guns.
The bag of guns.
Just guns.
Yeah. I'll workshop that.
Oh
That's
my god.
funny. Anyway,
Anyway.
he comes back. About almost 10 minutes later. All right. Well, we definitely have enough to supply you with everything, for the most part. But let me check this real quick. So, you said maybe like 50 or something like that.
Something like that.
Okay. Be about with the service fee, 60 gold.
How much do you have left?
35.
Damn.
Probably going to have to cut that at least in half. If not more.
Alright, you cutting the material in half?
Yes. Specifically, which of them is the most expensive?
Right now it's the sulfur.
Mm,
It's a byproduct of our coal reserves, but we don't get a lot of it. So when we get it, we sell it, and it's got to be upcharged a bit.
I see.
Don't really use it for much.
Just like...
You could probably get away with like 10 rounds, my guy. I mean,
Yeah.
you already have 2, and then 10 would be like, what, 2 full chambers, and then you have all your magic bullets.
Yeah, I want to buy enough for 20 rounds.
For 20 rounds.
Instead of 50, yeah, let's do 20 instead of 50, not 25. Not quite half, a little less than half. So, C said 50, 60 gold, so a little less than half of 60 would be like...
Well,
Well,
kind of yes, but actually no, because there's
Service fee.
yeah, the service fee is flat, so it was 10 gold. So 50 was the material cost. So half would be 25, and a little bit less would probably be 20, but the service cost, so it'd be 30. Probably call it 30.
and I persuade him into doing 25.
How are you going to persuade him, Colton?
Let me think.
Please, 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 please.
I'm just a poor little girl.
Please, I have no money.
Please,
I'm poor.
kill things.
Do you accept trade? Sorry, I'm not familiar with this establishment as I'm not really from this area.
Usually not, but I'm not gonna shy away from taking a look. I don't know. What do you got?
Would you turn down perhaps a good set of leather armor for someone smaller, but a good set nonetheless?
Go ahead and roll persuasion.
Okay.
Get a good roll. 14.
Let me check something.
Okay. I hope this isn't really boring for you guys. Just
No,
me,
it's
just me
fine.
doing ammo stuff.
You're fine.
He looks over to the other to this guard. What do you think, Marco? He just shrugs a bit. Meh. Why not? He says, "All right, I'll tell you what. I'll knock off the service fee."
Thank you. You really are helping me out here. I've been on quite a budget.
Well, all things considered, I'm sure you'll be back for more business, so
Oh, I can assure
I'll
you
just
that much.
keep that in mind.
I don't believe I caught your name.
Oh, you could just call me. Let's see. What do we want to call this guy?
Chief 2.
Chief 2.
Chief squared.
Chief Square.
He's 4 times the size.
We're not gonna do that.
No, okay.
Oh, I know. You could just call me Buck.
Buck.
Buck. Very well. Well, Buck, I will be back at some point. For sure.
All right, I'll be right here.
Thank you again.
Yeah, of course.
Buck warehouse we're in the what district? Fucking winter district. Winter district by the mines and shit. Okay, I did in fact type in shit. All right.
All right. Well, at that, I'd probably say it's getting close to dusk, and Forsev, probably
Mhm.
getting close to dusk at your when you finish up, and unless there's anything you would like to do, Jacob, you did have a bit more time left on your hands.
No.
Okay. I believe the plan was to meet back at the house at dusk.
It was. Question, Brennan, and for everyone else.
Okay.
How late do you guys want to go?
I'm
I
fine with
don't have
whenever.
anything really tomorrow. My class starts at 12:30,
Same.
so
I have nothing. I'm down to keep going.
it's up
I
to
have
Brennan,
literally
honestly.
nothing.
Whatever you want to do, Brennan. I don't know what your schedule is tomorrow, or
Well, my schedule's fine, so at that I'll keep going until we get a good stopping point.
okay,
If that's the
Probably
case.
no later than 11.
Oh, no later than 11?
fine.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I was gonna
That's
say,
fine.
if we were planning on pushing past that, I'd be like, maybe we should take a break, but if we're just gonna push to 11, then I think we can keep going.
I'd probably try to stop between 10:30 and 11 with that.
Okay.
But yes. So you guys without issue meet up at the house. And let's see, Scion would be there. Dothry, she would probably be there right as you guys are arriving.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys all convene. Mhm.
All right. All right. So do we all arrive around the same time frame?
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume Jacob might be in the area if he didn't have anything else to do, but sundown. You're all there.
Okay, how was everyone's day?
Fine. I will have
The
the
rest of
basic
it, anyways.
cloak in 4 days.
Good, awesome. That's great. Immediately, everyone notices that Forsyth actually has a decent-sized smile on his face right now, despite the events that happened earlier today.
Did something good happen?
I'm glad you asked. But before we get into that, how was your bullets finding Luna?
Well, I managed to track down a man who was able to help. A very strange man. Have either of you ever seen a man that looks like a cat, or like a cat on two legs almost?
A tabaxi.
Yes, a tabaxi.
Oh, well, don't have those where I come from, so met one of those. His name was Clicks. Very nice man. Appeared to be blind, as he wore a blindfold on his face. He runs a potion store called Potions Galore in the Spring District. I had him, tell me what this black powder stuff is made of. I figured it out, and, then I went down to a warehouse in the Winter District and met with a half-orc who was kind enough to get my hands on some of the materials necessary to make it. And now I have enough to make 20, but I have not made it yet, obviously.
Good, very good.
But anyways, back to this weird smile you have.
Okay, so, Forsyth will move. I assume we're at the table at this point discussing. We're not just standing about.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay. So, first order of business, I did find the location and time of the party. And what was the location, time, and for it, Brennan? Given I looked at the flyer and probably wrote it down.
The time was tomorrow evening, around sunset.
Okay.
So about the time you have arrived at your house
Mhm.
tonight. But the address was pretty much, it was, let's see, it's the opposite side of the Winter District from the Institute.
Mhm.
And it details it's 5 blocks down at the manor on the border between the districts.
Mhm. Okay, cool. So I will relay that to the group. It's about go down the block a bit, and it's on the opposite side of the Winter District. It's like a manor. I'm pretty sure we'll know it whenever we see it tomorrow at around sunset.
All
There was the
right.
flyer for it on the notice board near the Institute.
Well, that answers that question.
But that's not why I'm... Well, it's partly, but it's not exactly why I'm happy. So, I had some time to kill. And I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I thought maybe I could research a bit on the Traveler, given I was right by the Institute and they have a massive library. Maybe they had something on him. So, I went in, I searched around for a bit. A door fellow was working at reception. He was very nice. He was able to help me find 2 books. One was more of a general encyclopedia. It had some interesting detailings, but it did mention that the traveler was quite powerful.
Hmm.
Despite not knowing how many followers he had, given their power is sort of based around the amount of followers that Archfey have. I don't know if that's familiar to you at all, Luna.
I believe aren't most gods' powers directly correlated with their number of followers?
Is that just true for most gods, Brennan, or more or less just the Archfey?
So the deities, Prime or Betrayer, are more or less, in and of their own right, quite powerful without their followage, but an Archfey is, for all intents and purposes, merely a powerful mortal
Hmm.
that gains strength based on a followage and can become a deity.
Okay. So it seems like, despite the unknown in terms of number of followers, he still seems, from what I've read, quite powerful for an Archfey.
It lead me to believe that the unknown number might be a little higher than we had expected.
It's possible. But that's only part of it. I found another book. It was in the fiction and story section, actually.
Go on.
And it was strange. It wasn't anything about the Traveler. It was a children's book. And as I was reading it, it was... the grammar was poorly written, but I could, like, from the general gist of it, like, I could understand and it was, like, legible. It was just the grammar was off. Is that how you would describe it, Brendan?
Yeah. The sentence structure wasn't very good.
Mhm.
Spelling was fine, words were fine, like it made sense, but like just like grammar and sentence structure was like it's like translated once or twice over. It feels like.
And Luna, may I see that paper that you got from that you received earlier today?
She already has her journal out, and she just pulls it out from the back of the pages and hands it to you.
Does this paper look the same shade as the ones that were in the back of the book?
Which paper did you pull out?
The one that she received from Einan.
Just give me a history check real quick.
Okay, I'll make it.
I'll give you guidance.
Okay, I was gonna guide myself, but thank you.
Double guidance.
Help.
Double guidance.
Help action.
Well, you
Yeah,
can't
if you want.
yeah.
you can't
You-
because
you
like
weren't
you weren't there.
Or wait.
I'll say that.
Oh, right, because I forgot. You're not actually comparing. You weren't allowed to take it. I forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add my 1d4 as well.
Okay.
Okay. So 16 in total.
Okay. That's pretty good. So, it does seem at least very similar size.
Mm-hmm.
Same kind of process in make. It is possible.
Possible. Okay. Gotcha. So I was reading it through, and nothing mentioned, despite it being labeled as something mentioning the Traveler. There was no mention of it in the story at all. It was about a knight, a dragon, and a wizard. What were the names, by the way? Did it like say any names of the knight, the dragon, or the wizard?
The dragon, no. The wizard, no. But the knight was actually called the Wanderer.
The Wanderer. Okay. Okay. The knight was
That's
called
close enough.
the Wanderer. Does I don't know if that rings any bells, Luna. Perhaps a story about the Traveler. I don't know.
I'll think
I mean,
about it.
if you said this story wasn't grammatically correct, that's close enough to the Traveler.
How so?
You know, the Traveler.
Well,
and the
one who
Wanderer.
travels wanders.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, if perhaps it was a matter of grammar, not fully understanding grammar.
I feel
It's
like
entirely possible.
there was something else, though.
There is, and I'm getting to that. So by the end of the book, though, it sort of left itself off as like a to be continued type thing. It didn't give a proper ending, and afterwards there were 2 pages that were completely blank at the end of the book, and they looked quite similar to that paper. And he points, obviously, to the paper that Einan gave you.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks quite similar, so it's quite possible it might be the same. It looks like the same shape and make and size as the one in the book itself, but that's not the interesting thing. Going further, it was a leather-bound book as well, which is a coincidence, possibly, but it was pressed recently, like within a couple of hours. And in the indentation, I was able to find the indentation, and following it along, it felt like there were letters impressed into. Was it in the binding or was it on the paper?
It was on the paper.
Okay. It was like it was pressed onto the paper very faintly, but you couldn't make it out. So I used a bit of magic and I colored in the letters that would be indented, and I got this, which is very interesting. I got Clementine, comma, Jericho, 89, comma, Caspia.
Einan signed the book, or wrote in it, or pressed? What? How is that possible? I thought she was missing.
I don't know, but it was pressed only a couple hours before I looked at it, and it was left there, and
And no
it's
one in
clear
the
that
institution said that they had seen her.
I didn't want to ask. I wasn't sure what that would get me, but I just wanted to take a look at the book. I asked if any books had been checked out around the Traveler, but apparently you have to be a member in order to check books out. They couldn't really give me an answer regarding the contents of them, however. So they said check back in about a week, which, isn't exactly.
Right, that is a ways out. We are
Yes.
rather busy people.
But have any of you ever heard of a Jericho or a Clementine?
Jericho was the other arc, one of the other cities, was it not?
I
We had
believe
heard
so.
someone else mention it.
It definitely is.
And then Clementine.
Sounds like a person followed by a
Yeah.
location.
Location, and then 89, which is Einan's.
You still haven't explained that.
Oh, yes. So I won't go into too much. Well, first, he'll look towards Dothry and Scion, as I assume they're with us at the table listening.
Dothry would be.
Okay.
Stein wouldn't be in his room.
Actually, Scion, and I'll call for him.
A moment goes by. Yes.
I found something potentially about Einan. If you would like to join us.
He immediately starts running down the stairs.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will briefly explain the events that he explained to the other two, so I don't have to repeat myself.
Okay.
To catch him up to speed. Does any of these, does Clementine? Have you ever heard of that before? Someone named Clementine?
Someone named Clementine? No, I don't think so.
Also, you both are fine with me explaining the numbers? I know it's a touchy subject, and I want to.
Well,
It's kind of come up at this
I
point a lot.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's not. It's not exactly a big secret. It's just
No, I'm just making
not.
sure if everyone's okay
Yes,
with it.
uh, I don't mind.
Alright. Was that Dothry or Scion talking?
That was my own.
Okay.
Dot 3 would agree.
Okay. So, about the numbers, Einen is short. Well, it's short for 89, if you probably could guess at this point.
Thought it was something like that.
Scion is short for 61. Vivid is 58. Dothry is short for double 3 or 33. And I, 47, short for 47.
So you are all named after numbers.
Yeah. It's a story that happened a long time ago. Many years ago, and it's he kind of like looks solemnly at like Scion and Dothry.
Mhm.
It's a bit painful to remember. To put it simply, we were captured. I don't really recall how. Young, but let's just say we were experiments.
That's awful.
It is.
Well, if you don't wish to talk about it, then
I
don't
would
have to.
I would much rather get back to this
Mm.
at the moment. If
Of
it,
course.
yes, it's
If it's not pertinent to what we think is happening here, then
no, I don't think it is. This was many years ago, but it's best not to reopen old wounds if you don't have to.
Indeed.
So, so yeah, 89 is basically when we want to sign something, we typically use our numbers if we want to keep it a bit more secretive. And the only number that corresponds with this is, well, Einen. It's quite clear that something is up with that book. Something is on those pages. Or at least, or was. And they were fresh.
she's more nearby than we had previously thought.
There's that Jericho. Jericho is... How far is Jericho from Caspia?
Jericho is let me check. I'm pretty sure the next closest. Yeah. Jericho is the next closest arc, and it is quite a ways, like about 2 week on foot travel
Mm-hmm.
to the northwest, pretty directly northwest.
Are there faster means of transportation between the arcs?
There are, however, they're usually quite privileged. The majority of people in their lifetimes, I'd say only 30% of people, 20 to 30% of people get to see another arc.
Okay.
So far.
Yeah. About 2
Yeah.
weeks on foot. To get to Jericho. And I don't know how that has relation to Einen. Has Einen ever left for long periods of time before? I know I've been on trips. Is it possible that? And he kind of like looks towards Scion, and actually, is Fivit home? Is Fivit back yet?
You've not heard him or seen him.
Actually, yeah, he would actually pause for a second before he continues. Like, actually, have we seen Fivit yet?
Dothry says, no, surprisingly, I was hoping maybe he'd be back by now, but, no. I mean, I haven't. Scion, says about the same.
Dead.
We'll have to, shit. Where's Fivit now?
Quick, we
Right.
gotta go back to the priest and have him scry and message. Are you okay? Fuck off.
Fuck off, I'm getting drunk.
You might be.
Can, but that's your gold.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I know I've gone on trips before. Has Einen ever gone on a long trip? While I was out, maybe?
Scion shakes his head. Dothry says, I don't ever recall her, like, leaving. Especially the city in and of itself. Never. I mean, she might have been gone a day or two at some point, but, we knew where she was going. But not like this.
Which begs the question, what does she have to do with Jericho? And it's Clementine. It doesn't ring any bells.
Did she write that? She write both of them.
Did it look like Einen's handwriting?
It's really hard to tell. You got all the letters. I mean, it's very similar at
Mhm.
that, but
I can't
it's
guarantee it
hard
is.
to guarantee without seeing like original text.
Mhm. It looked similar, but I can't guarantee it was her. After all, it was sort of a makeshift, um, uh, like, uh, decrypt, I guess. So I had to pull some strings with a bit of magic to make a illusionary color for the letters to make them stand out. So it's hard to get the full detail, but I could at least make out the letters.
Hmm.
But I can't guarantee it was her, but it was. Actually, is there any pieces of parchment or paper that has Einen's handwriting?
That's a good question. I mean, the only thing I know she ever wrote in or on was in her journal, and I
Assuming
mean,
that she
maybe
took that with her.
yes. Yes. But maybe at her workplace? Maybe she writes things at some point? I don't entirely know. I assume she would have to at some point.
Hmm.
She snuck into work and took everything she ever wrote upon.
Damn. Perhaps we can take a look at that tomorrow and maybe might be able to get a piece of it if we explain the situation.
I suppose it doesn't hurt to try.
But I mean, this is something at least. It's better than what we had before, although it does give us and it does cause more questions than it does have answers.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's something at least. This Clementine person.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to wait till tomorrow when the shop's actually open.
I agree. Oh, Einen, what have you gotten yourself into?
Well, do either of you wish to stay here for the evening? All right, you're more than welcome to the lounge.
I might
appreciated.
go check the tavern, the Willowbrook Inn, to see if Fivet's there.
Okay.
He typically frequents the Willowbrook most often. Like that's the one he usually goes to the most.
Yeah, you
Okay.
more often.
I would like to find him. He's been missing for a while too. Last thing I want is to have 2 missing people. That would be very, very unfortunate.
It's very true. Well, all right. Suppose I'll see you in the morning then.
All right.
Man, we are just not destined to spend a night with Forsev, not in camp, just in the city. We're just not going to. He's just gonna. Is he sleeping at the tavern? Is that what I'm getting?
No, I'm
Oh,
going
you're
to
gonna
go
go there and
check
then come
the
back.
tavern.
Okay, I thought you were flying. You were just
And
gonna stay there.
no, he's gonna go check to find Fivet. Like he's
Okay.
been gone. And he's concerned about him now. With this whole
Yeah.
situation, it's got him concerned about him now, which is despite Fivet's definitely more of an outgoing tavern crawler, but
Yeah.
then to not see him the entire day looking through everywhere, it's a bit weird and concerning. At least in Forsev's mind. So he'll make his way to the Willowbrook.
Okay. Either of you going to join in that, or are you going to stay at the house?
Sure, I'll come along.
Perhaps we should go with.
Okay. You are welcome to do so.
Just in case.
Just in case
Just
you
in
get
case a man
assaulted.
decides he's gonna get assaulted in the streets. Someone said they're gonna pick a fight with Mr. Sorcerer. That ain't gonna happen.
Well, in a timely manner, as expected, you make your way to the Willowbrook Inn, and just give me a perception check.
Okay. Could I get some help for this? Living with people?
So there's a little bit of a crowd in here,
Okay.
maybe 20 plus people.
I'm going to guide myself, of course.
Okay.
$25.
Damn.
25. Okay.
He is determined. Focused.
Where is this one-armed ASMR?
Oh, where is he?
His hair stands
Oh.
out like a motherfucker. It's orange.
Yes, it is.
Fucking orange hair.
Funnily enough, you do see him. Actually,
Oh, thank God.
he's at the bar in what you would consider his usual seat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Forsev quickly goes over. Fivet,
Hey, what's up? Been a couple days. It's been
Are
a
you-
couple weeks.
Been a couple
Hey.
days.
How drunk is he already?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
He's fucked, dude. You don't even need that shit. He's fucked up.
Great. Great. This is going to be an interesting conversation. Okay. 9.
9. Okay. I mean, he's about on par with where you expect him to be, if not a little more sloshed, but he's definitely like a couple drinks in already.
Vivid,
Yeah.
I need you to focus.
Ooh.
I need you to
Okay.
focus for a moment and actually
Uh,
ask, like, trying to pull him off to the side, like off to the side of a, like, to the one of the walls maybe.
okay, where are we going?
Just right over here, right over here.
Okay.
I need you to focus, okay?
Uh-huh.
Listen, I need you to really pay attention.
Yep.
Einen is missing.
What do you mean?
She's gone. We've been searching for her all day.
Did you
She
check her
left.
room?
She left in the middle of the night last night.
She checked
I- Yes, we did. I need
We didn't check.
Vivid, please
Thanks for
focus.
the advice.
Okay. She's not at the house.
No,
How long were you looking?
the entire day.
You didn't find her?
We got someone to scry. No, she's been missing, and we got someone to scry on her. She seemed fine. However, we did a sending, like we sent her a message over long distance, and
Okay.
she said that she was okay, but she didn't want to be found. She took all of her stuff. It's all gone.
Oh. Why doesn't she want to be found?
We don't know.
You didn't ask?
We
She
only
took
had a
all her
limited
stuff?
number. She took all her stuff. And where have you been, by the way? You've been missing. You've been gone for a while.
I mean, I've only been gone for like... I've been at... 2 days? 3? Something like that. Yeah.
Where was you working? I know you just pick up random jobs.
Well, I was working at the mines when I could. Then I also thought I might go and, like, apply for, like, the Hunters Guild, but then I was like, maybe I don't do that, because that's how I'm gonna get myself killed. But I've been doing, like, errand jobs and stuff, This whole time his eyes have been closed, like he's falling asleep.
I kind of like give him a shake. Like,
I'm not gone yet.
but you understand the severity of the
Uh-huh.
situation, correct?
Yep.
I'm gonna insight. I'm
I
inciting the fuck out of that. All right. Fucking okay. 10. It's probably a low DC, anyways.
I mean, I made him roll at disadvantage. He seems to have the idea, if not the gravity of the situation right now.
I'm going to try and guide him. I'm going to give him guidance in order to like help maybe bolster his
Okay.
awareness of the situation.
Yeah.
So you give him like a D4 to like concentrate.
You know what? Should give him a concentration check. I mean,
Concentrating on a spell.
he does have good
Spell
con.
is focus.
He's got good con. I'm giving him a D4 for it. I'm assuming a concentration check isn't a, I guess in this case, ability. He's not a saving throw, I imagine at this point, if that works. I
Huh?
don't know
No,
if
this
that
is a
helps.
concentration check.
Okay.
He is checking
All right.
to make sure he's there. But that's pretty. 14.
That's
He's okay. He's still there.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
he's there.
All right. Whenever I imagine, you're going to come home tonight, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I don't feel like staying out much longer.
Okay. All right, I'll walk you back at least, and then in the morning, you want to talk about it, you can. Okay. If you remember.
If I remember,
Actually, here. And Forsyth takes out a sheet of paper and writes it. Talk to Forsyth about Einan. She's missing. And I fold it up and I like stick it like in whatever like shirt what is he wearing?
he probably has like basic leathers and then common clothes.
Okay. He would like stick it like right in between like probably like in his like collar area.
Mhm.
Something where he would note it, like he would kind of feel it's there like if once he's sobered up.
Mhm.
He probably wouldn't notice it right now.
Probably doesn't care.
Yeah. It's like if you don't remember, I'm putting this here and then to come see me in the morning, okay? Or talk to anyone at the house. They'll be able to fill you in
All right.
if you don't remember.
I got a mind sharp as a tack. Don't you worry about it.
Okay. Is it
Yep.
nods in disagreement?
Yep.
That's an okay, honey.
All right.
Hey, by the way, I paid off my tab and then put down 4 more gold on it. But it's progress. We're
So
getting
wait,
there.
so you paid off your tab, then you added 4 gold to the tab.
Yep, I did. I
Oh,
did
yeah,
it
dude.
between last night and tonight.
You spent 4 golds.
I bought some nice shit. I'm sorry.
What'd you buy?
I don't know. I bought some like weird mead and then like a bottle of wine.
Let me
Don't
guess.
worry, I didn't. I didn't share. Yeah, no, I didn't share with anybody.
You didn't share with anybody. You drank the entire
Nope.
bottle.
Yep. You know me. Big old by myself. Don't need nobody. It's good
All
though.
right. All right. Well, finish your current drink and let's head home, okay?
Oh, yeah. Starts drinking again. Oh, all right. I'll see you later. Yes.
Question.
Yes.
Answer.
Does Fivit strike Luna as the type that is just the one who enjoys drinking, or does Fivit strike me as someone who is how you say much like Arthur, emotionally traumatized and is like the loss of hand is like the reason he's drinking or something. Like I feel like he is recovering
check.
trauma. Is he dealing with is he dealing with past trauma, or is the man just having fun?
Well, I mean, you know a bit more about him now, so.
On, I know. Fucking god damn it! I hate my character so much out of combat.
It's the left hand that's missing, right?
Let me just double check because I'm pretty sure I wrote it down.
Pretty sure it's the left.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. With that, it's a little hard to tell. He seems even though, you know, under the influence, so to say, usually brings out a bit more in people. He's still very reserved in a manner of speaking.
Mhm.
So it might lead you to believe that he's very good at keeping to himself, at the very least. So it could go one way or the other, but he's at least somewhat aware of his nature, his outward nature towards people, and doesn't very much show anything.
He knows he's an alcoholic and doesn't care.
Yeah, yeah. Among other things, yeah.
Okay. Right. Noted. I kind of want to talk to him. Man, I really kind of want to talk to him.
Then do it.
Then-
Go ahead, man.
Okay.
No one's stopping you from talking to him.
Nah,
Okay,
it would be
then
out
don't.
of place. But I just really want to talk to him. I really want to know why he's an
Like-
alcoholic.
I mean, like,
If you can ask if you want to ask. If not, then don't. No one's
If
gonna
I
stop
got
you.
a reason to.
I mean, you can just be curious about something. I don't know.
She is, but she feels like it would be out of place to just straight up ask. I don't feel like I know Fivet enough yet. Maybe when I get to know him
Hey,
more. Just be like, hey,
he's-
how'd you lose your hand, dog?
do you drink because you have trauma?
Do you
in your
drink because you're missing a
past?
hand, bro?
You can ask him whatever you want.
I'll tell you what, that's a quick way to get an emotional rise of somebody if he definitely has it.
I don't want to do that. I feel bad.
Right. Well,
So we're going back.
go back.
Go back.
To Monkey?
Forsev would help and make sure Fivet would get home tonight
Okay.
and not just crash at the tavern again.
Okay. He'd probably nurse himself for another hour and then leave.
If you guys want, you can head back early. If you want to get more shut-eye.
Mm.
But Forsev will mention that he was going to make sure Fivet gets home.
Yes. I would leave early, in fact, if Jacob would leave with me.
Sure.
All right. Head back to the house for you two.
But what time is it?
Probably close to 8.
8, huh? I mean, blacksmiths work at night sometimes because it's colder. Is anyone working? Just anyone I could just be like, hey, you want to let me use your workshop for a little bit, boss? Type of shit.
Do you want to go up to the Winter District? Probably like a little over an hour. Probably
I
about
would.
an hour.
I would, and I would tell Jacob that I would be doing this.
Okay.
You do not have to come with, but I'll be back in a few. Maybe a little
All
later.
right. Stay safe.
I will attempt to.
Immediately dies.
Just get hit by a fucking carriage takes like 3 steps.
Yeah.
Drive by.
All right. You're looking for a blacksmith that might still be open.
Not even necessarily open, just if I hear someone hitting an anvil. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, you can give me an investigation check or persuasion at disadvantage because there's not a lot of people out right now.
We will investigate.
Before you leave, I say good luck and I'll give you guidance.
I mean, it lasts for a minute.
Yeah, but for the first minute, it'll help.
Hey, for the first minute.
Yeah.
The first minute that he's in the autumn district or not in the winter district.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. No,
What's the
actually, the
fucking
first
four?
minute plus 60 feet. So first minute and 12 seconds, because my
Oh
guidance
yeah,
has a
you
range of 60.
arranged
A
it.
minute and 12 seconds? Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And it just so happens that there was one right there, and you wouldn't have seen it if you didn't roll that D4. No. So with a 10, because by the time you get to the Winter District, it takes you about almost until 10 p.m. to find a blacksmith, uh, let alone somebody even working on something. And this particular blacksmith, um, it seems like there is an individual uh, walking around, a dwarven man. Seems like he might be associated with this establishment. He's like picking up tools, putting stuff away. He's cleaning stuff up. Looks like he's putting stuff away for the night.
Like I see him inside the shop, or I see him outside. Like
He's outside. He's cleaning up the forge area.
I would like walk over and clear my throat. Excuse me, sir.
How can I help you? It's quite
Um,
late, you see.
it is. It is. I understand you're probably not open, but uh, she would step forward nervously. Quick question.
All
Would you,
right.
by any chance, be willing to, for a price, let someone use your shop? I am an aspiring craftswoman myself. Uh, don't have much experience to be fair. I know how to use tools, and I've used a forge a time or two, but never attempted anything like I'm doing. And I know it is late, but I have coin if you would be willing to help me out.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad.
Ain't bad.
What you can. Okay.
17.
You say you want to use my forge, huh?
Yes.
What for?
Well, I intend to make a mold to cast some ammunition for a firearm that I recently came across.
A firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Arm of fire.
I don't know if you are familiar.
Uh, no, I can't say.
Well, if you are interested in a new type of craftsmanship, I'm of course willing to share notes.
Hmm. Perhaps. But I suppose what are you making, if I might ask specifically?
I said I'm making the mold. I just want to
Hmm.
make the mold itself. And then, I mean, if I have time to, I would then use the forge to craft some bullets, which shouldn't take me that long at that point. But the mold is the hard part.
Yeah, mold and the casings
Well, I mean,
and the
yeah,
rounds themselves.
yeah, but truly, the cast iron mold is the hardest part.
Well, I'll tell you what. You come back in the morning, and we can have a better word about it. Maybe I'll give you a chance at it.
I would much appreciate it. You have yourself a deal.
All right. And what was your name?
Luna, and yours?
Bertrand Steelstone.
This is a quick description. Dwarf.
Yeah, he's a dwarven man. Black hair. Yeah.
Oh, black hair. My bad. Well, thank you, Bertrand. I will try to find a way to make this beneficial for both of us.
All right. Well, I suppose I might meet you in the morning then.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Of course.
Sorry for
Not-
bothering you so late.
Not a problem. Just cleaning up, heading in for the evening. But you have a safe night.
Yes, and you as
Good
well.
night. He nods off and gathers his stuff and heads back inside.
She would head back to the house.
All right. Back to the house. At this point, uh, Luna and 47 Pivot, you are arriving at the exact same time to the house.
Nice.
This so happens to be.
Yeah, because it's like an hour. It was an hour for Luna to get to where she was going, and then I guess in like an hour back. And then I was staying an extra hour, and then helping a drunkard back would probably take an hour from.
Yeah. I rolled for it, and I'm like, maybe they'll just because why not? You know, we like to roll things here, and then roll a natural 20, and I'm like, you guys arrive at the exact same time.
Hilarious.
Nice.
But yeah.
Not late drinking.
I had a sip or two. And Fivit's probably like,
The rambling
you're
drunk man.
such a
Yeah,
good
how
guy.
fucked is
for
Finn right now? How fucked is he?
Let me give him a couple rolls. All right, he's on the lower end of the spectrum, so he's a little sloshed, but he's not in danger of passing out yet.
Probably like, you're such a great friend, Forserve.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Always help me out.
Yeah, I too speak Dwarvish.
There. Let's get you in bed here soon. We're almost home. You can sleep off this hangover you're going to have in the morning, like you always do.
He is complacent, and mostly because he can't make that decision right now. So, I assume, unless anyone needs to do anything, you would like to turn in for the evening.
Yes.
After Forsev puts Viv in his room, I would want to go find Forsev.
Okay. I mean, unless Forsev comes out of the room once again, it's the same place, same room.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Well, never mind then.
Okay. Well then, in that case, you guys can take your long rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something real quick. I want to see something.
Before bed, or?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
I wanna... Okay. In probably halfway through, probably middle of the night again, probably around the same time that he awoke last night.
Okay.
Just the situation, he would probably almost instinctively wake up
Mm-hmm.
and just replaying that moment in his head.
Hmm.
I should have been faster. And he just kind of like thinks to himself, like, I should have been faster on the scene. Maybe if I hadn't mulled around in the house a bit and I just rushed outside, I might have been able to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And he would probably get up as quietly as possible and probably head outside and walk around for maybe 30 minutes, trying to clear his head enough to actually get some rest.
Walk around for a bit.
30, 45 minutes. Just trying to process everything. All the events that have just happened this last week has been just so strange.
Yeah.
And after a bit, he would probably just head back inside.
Yeah. Without much issue. Take your time out in the peace and quiet, the middle of the night with virtually nobody around and nothing but your thoughts. I assume you head back in, try to lay down and get back to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. A few minutes and you're back into your dreams. So Luna,
No.
No.
how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. It's just fine. Why you asking? Well, I would have stayed up just a little bit later, just writing some stuff down, final notes in my book for turning in wherever I was placed in the fucking household of ASMR people and numbered people. I don't know. I
Numbers.
don't get it. The numbers, Mason. The numbers, Mason.
It's like a sleeper agent trigger. Okay. Just curious. You I assume you get yourself to sleep.
Yeah.
You are you a chair sleeper or a couch sleeper?
Couch sleeper. Roll up like a dog.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Um
If I can't sleep in a bed, that's the next best choice.
Let's see.
Do I need spooky music?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
I'll take that as a maybe.
I'll take that as a possibly. But
Fucking shit, that was almost a nat one. Dude, did you guys see the dice roll?
No, it didn't pop
What?
up for
Okay,
us.
so I have 3D dice
Oh.
enabled for me.
You have to turn it on.
It was on a 1 and it fucking teetered there and I was like no, and then it just went 13. I was like, because you know they're right next to each other.
Yeah. Oh, so you got a 17 then, 13 plus 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't come to you in a jarring manner, but you find yourself in a similar space as you recall before. a bit familiar to you at this point. And those figures, those ever elusive figures, they do come back, but they're not as pervasive. They don't leave you with the same kind of feeling. They're still present, and they avoid your gaze all the same, but they don't push towards you. And just give me a perception check.
Damn, that ain't good. Fucking 11.
Okay. You can just barely hear that same chorus of whispers. And they're not deafening or nearly as loud as they were before. But they're still in the similar nature. They seem to have the similar kind of imagery message to them. Very chaotic, bit destructive. And then the whispers stop. And the figures stop. And you can see them. You can catch them in your glance. But they're very difficult to make out. It's almost as if they were caught in a fraction of a frame, moving at light speed. They're completely blurred and frozen in the moment. They're completely indiscernible, but possibly humanoid. Very featureless. And even as close as you can get to them, they still get further away. They're always at the same distance. They only exist at a distance. But then you see before you a familiar figure. Very dark, humanoid, almost in a way connected with the void that sits around you. You can see his outline only because his presence is being aware to you. It's barely existing. And the ground in which you sit on is almost in a way like standing on a very flat, sturdy surface, but it has just an ever so slight give. And at the base of this creature, this entire ground, this whole floor that meets him is like sucked up into his essence, connecting him to this existence that you find yourself in. without moving legs necessarily, this humanoid figure on this tendril of ichor that comes out from the void, it starts drifting towards you
She'll
slowly.
take a step back. Do you want to talk? Talk.
You take a step back. Take another step. And just in those few moments of moving, those figures around you almost stay exactly where they are. And the figure, as it moves closer to you, stays at the exact momentum and space between you. As you move, it doesn't get further away, but it still approaches you. And it keeps getting closer at about maybe 20 feet away from you.
She'll. Do I have the pepper box in this dream?
You go to grab it, and you do.
Just putting a hand on it.
Mm-hmm. It keeps getting closer.
If you're looking
And
for a fight, just start one already. Otherwise, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
it gets closer and closer, and it's about maybe 15 or 30 or further away. And it's getting closer. It seems to be moving very quickly. And you start to realize it's a much larger figure that was much further.
My shit literally just died. As soon as you said that, you're like, it's getting much for. You're like, and then it just cut out. What was that?
So I said, um, it seems like it is much further away and much larger
Oh no.
than you imagined initially as it gets closer to you
Okay.
and closer. And the perspective starts to come into play as it arches over you. While distance is somewhat relative, it's hard to make out how far the base of this creature is. Maybe it's 20 feet, maybe it's 30, maybe it's over 100 feet away. But this odd sense that you get as it arches down towards you, as it moves closer, its hands and its arms mold into its own body, and it becomes one figure with just a faceless head, almost like a pawn piece. It draws its head, face, if you will, from very far away down towards you, and it's massive. It is immeasurably large, and it keeps getting larger and larger, to the point where you start hearing a thrumming like a hornet's nest. And then it starts getting higher pitched. And you start hearing the whispers again. And you can see those figures around you, like static on a television. They start shifting and shuddering as this faceless creature pushes forward further and further. it just gets larger and larger. It gets so big to the point where it's the only thing encompassing your vision as it swallows these figures around you. And in a sense, you lose track of where this figure actually is. You can't see its base anymore. You can't see its figure against the void. And you don't feel like you're standing on anything anymore. But you hear the static, the thrum of high-pitched hornets rattling around and shaking and whining. But you hold yourself. And then it stops. And you hear a voice. What are you? You are fresh. We will take you.
You're not taking anything.
It's not your choice. It's nobody's choice. This is not where you belong.
You think I don't know that?
I will make you one with the world. And you will succumb. Just like every other soul on this plane of existence. You just hear a soft cackling laughter as the voice fades away and the hornets come back.
You've done enough tormenting. I demand answers. Who are you?
The laughter gets ever distant. And nothing is around you anymore but the void and the screeching.
She's like looking around, incredibly frustrated.
The figures are gone. They are gone. There's nothing but the sound as it starts to hurt your ears in the moment.
She starts she's holding the side of her head and she's just muttering to herself, just wake up already. Enough.
What feels like a long time, but an indiscernible amount of time.
I wanna fight this feeling.
Okay. How do you think you would do that? How would you go against this?
Man. Just try to think of shit that is the opposite of what this thing is throwing at me, all this destructive negativity and just death and destruction type of shit that you're giving me. Just all these very selfish things, and I'll try to think of anything that I did recently that was selfless, like not offering to you know pay for Steph's scrying and all that, among several other things, and just try and focus on that.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. Okay. You strain your willpower and your thoughts to keep them your own, to not let this voice, this sound emit through your entire being. And it feels like forever. within this space. But you do manage to wake up. It's still quite early in the morning.
Does it leave me to think it would just go away? Well, she would like write down everything that she just experienced in her book. Just the whole thing on its own separate page. And she would write it not in common, but in Sylvan.
Okay. Yeah.
Just closes it. Just lays back on the couch, puts the book in the middle of her chest, crosses her arms, just lays there and stares at the ceiling.
What is your passive perception?
16?
Are you right or left-handed?
Luna is left-handed.
Okay. As you lay down to go to sleep.
I'm not going back to sleep, I'm just laying there.
Oh, okay. Well, as you lay down and rest, on your left hand, around your ring finger, your fur has turned black in the shape of a ring. And you see it, and you can even touch it, and it is in fact your fur. But it's completely black in a band around your ring finger.
Is it like... Does it hurt to touch?
It does not hurt to touch it.
Oh dear. She has this, like, really worrying look. She'll sit up. Oh no. It's... Right. Just what I needed. She'll like rip a piece of cloth that just tied around her finger. Just like a white cloth. No one would notice if they had a glance. Because I feel like just a flat black on white would be pretty noticeable. But a bandage, probably not.
Possibly.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's what she'll do.
Yeah, you wrap it around without much issue.
What cough, Scott? What time is it about?
Oh, it's probably getting close to sunrise. Pretty close.
At that point, she would just sit and wait for the other two to wake up.
Okay. Well, you sit and you wait for a period of time. And there is that feeling in your head ever so slightly when you sit in the silence. That very, very, very faint buzzing.
Nope. We're playing the harp. No silence. No silence here. That is a fucking 8. It sounds like shit, but it's not silence.
It's not that bad, but it's not silent.
You're like, you hear it. No, I don't. Ding, 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 ding. Can't hear it.
And as you sit there and play, you still hear the sound, ever so faintly, in the back of your head. Just a very quiet buzzing. It's drowned out with every note, but in between you can still hear it. It's not getting louder, it doesn't hurt, but you can hear it. You look down as you are plucking your strings, and you can see that the cloth that you put onto your finger has, where the black ring was, it has weathered away
What?
into a tattered, moth-eaten, unserviceable piece of cloth. Just where the ring finger was.
Oh no.
Just where the band is.
I'm sorry, and it's been how long since I put it on? Like a couple minutes?
A couple minutes.
Oh, crap. That's,
And as you notice this, the cloth falls away, barely remaining, and is in ruin. It's like it's seen 20 years of wind and weather. But you feel fine. Actually, you feel a little better than fine. For some odd reason. So, for technical sake,
oh dear. Oh dear.
Colton,
Yeah.
you might want to write this down.
Okay, I'm ready.
First of all,
Oh dear.
anything you touch with that hand will wither. Much like you just saw and I described.
Okay.
If you use, besides magical items, that's a point of note. Besides magical items, touching a creature, as in if you were to use an unarmed strike, or just touch them in general with your hand, you will deal an extra d4 of necrotic damage to your unarmed strikes. But they will also inherently take 1d4 necrotic damage if you touch them.
Okay.
But You now know the cantrip Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
That is all.
And the casting modifier would be...
It is charisma.
Okay. Does Luna know that this is the case, or do I just know what you told me in character?
You feel like there is something about you that has been granted. Unwanted or not, you have been given something.
She's like, at this point, like, stops playing and is just like shaking slightly, looking at now this like ring that clearly she can't hide or get rid of.
Just cut off your finger.
I'm going to explain this. I should wake them up. Yes, this is important. I'm going to wake them up. I'm gonna go wake them up. I can't wait. I can't wait for them to wake up anymore.
Well, Jacob is there before you, and the others are in their rooms. How do you wake up Jacob? I guess.
She'll just kind of go over to him and lightly tap him with the other hand, the not fucked hand, the right hand.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just poke him awake. No, I slap him with the necrotic hand right across the face.
Damn, that's a way to wake him up.
He's gonna be
Yeah.
like, fucking hell. No.
Yeah.
No, so you poke me with the non-necrotic hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. Would you mind waking up for a moment, please? I'd like to
Yeah.
discuss something.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, I think I'm going to go wake up for Sev. Well, he sleeps in the room with his friends, though. I may have a little bit of a problem. Yeah, I think I'll just
What
wait
do
until
you mean?
you're fully awake to explain. I had another dream.
Okay.
I had another one.
Another one.
Yes. This time, instead of a fight, I was seems I was left with something. And if you're sitting up at this point, she'll
Yeah.
uncover the left hand and show you her finger.
What? She like
There's-
died. Was your fur wasn't black before, right?
No part. I am stark white.
Did that just appear?
Yeah, I woke up and I tried to rid myself of these terrible thoughts, and I happened to notice that it was there.
What was the dream about?
It's the same as it had been previously, both times. Except this time I actually spoke to someone.
Someone?
They wouldn't tell me who they were. They said that I was meant for whatever this was, and that... Brennan, was it something about, like, becoming part of the hunger. Is that what I was gathering? Like,
Well, whatever this entity was, pretty much just said it's going to make you a part of this world. You are foreign. I'm going to make you a part of it, just like everyone else.
that's what I told Jacob.
Can I do like an insight check or something? Or
Yeah, you can.
okay, I'm gonna give myself guidance. Ooh, that's really good. 26.
Okay. I mean, just as second-hand knowledge to this odd conversation, it's whatever this thing is, makes no sense. But if it's regarding the hunger,
Mm-hmm.
that would be the most immediate and plausible thing that it is referring to.
Mm-hmm. So the hunger is an entity. This is Jacob saying that out loud.
Is that what you think? That is.
That's what it sounds like you said.
I,
You said you spoke to something.
I did. Definitely did, and something wants me to be part of this world, and I don't know. It's all confusing. And now this.
I think Jacob reaches out to like he'll like look at you for permission, but I'll reach out to touch your hand.
No, she like pulls away. I don't think should.
Why not?
I have a bad feeling about it, but in a way, I feel like I don't know. It feels like a blessing and a curse, if that makes sense. I mean, you're more than willing to try, but I can't guarantee that it's safe.
I think Jacob will reach out to touch.
Are you going to touch Luna's left hand?
Yes.
You reach out and you touch her hand. As you do so, where anywhere specific on the hand? Are you like directly touching this
I
anomaly,
think
or
it's
just the hand?
like the knuckles behind, just to get a closer look with like maybe like I wish we like I'm just gonna take like a weird picture maybe.
I imagine just like I
I don't even think I
show my
can.
hand palm up,
Yeah.
kind of.
Okay.
So fingers just kind of like resting where the knuckles are
hmm
on the
Okay.
back of the hand.
As you take a hold of her hand, uh, you can both see that this little black band around her finger immediately it shudders, and like a thread whipping through the wind, a small black tendril whips out from Luna's hand along her fur and latches onto you. And you take 1d4 necrotic damage, which is 2. And this tendril crawls up your hand and then disappears like a mist.
Is that assuming I let go, or does it just disappear even if I do hold on?
Well,
I'm not saying I do, but I'm just curious.
in that first moment, it does
Mhm.
dissipate.
Okay.
She would like immediately pull away as soon as that happened, though.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Just kind of like shakes his hand out. Yes, I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
Just stung a bit. It's all right. I'd like to consult the cards if that's all right with you.
By all means.
Pulls out the deck and begins to shuffle.
Okay.
Can I get force while he does this?
Yeah.
Yeah, like while you're just like setting up.
Okay.
I'm not gonna force him through.
You can hear knocking.
What'd you say, Brennan?
You can hear his knocking.
Okay. Forcible, like, rub his eyes a bit. Huh?
Seth.
Come in. Like you'll be able to hear because you have good hearing. We kind of like just he actually no actually he would because he doesn't want to talk loud. You've never seen him do this before. You hear a voice in your head. Oh wait,
Not
do I
again.
have to see you? I have to see you for message, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you just
No?
have to
No.
know
Oh,
the
there's
No.
direction and point.
Yep. You just point
Okay.
a direction.
Okay. So Forcive would use message, and you would hear in your head, in Forcive's voice, oh, what is it?
Just at that, there's like a sharp inhale of an immediate response. Could you come out? We need to talk.
Yeah, sure. And Forcive like groggily like rub his eyes and get up and make his way outside, not to disturb Fivit and Scion. So I imagine they're both not up yet.
Correct.
Wow.
So yeah, as you get back, Jacob has finished shuffling the cards and has flipped one out in front of him.
Yeah, as I'm walking Forsyth back, I'll say to him, long story short, I had another dream.
Another dream about what?
The usual. The only thing I tend to dream about usually, right about now. So this time I woke up with this, and apparently it hurts people when you touch it, so don't touch it.
Huh? What do you mean it hurts people when you touch it?
Well, Jacob touched it, and I attacked him. At random. Some sort of black tendril attacked him outside of my control. Yep. And now he's doing a card reading for it. So.
What was in the dream?
I will describe it for you. Just want to describe it again.
That is strange. And that's never happened like that before.
It's certainly the first time it is spoken, at the very least. But this marking is concerning.
Is it just like a black ring? Is there like no imagery engraved in it around the finger, or is it just one solid ring of black?
Solid.
Purpose. I'm assuming you can touch it yourself, right?
She'll like hold it as if there was a ring there.
Yeah.
I can.
Hmm. That's concerning.
I have to agree. More so, this infernal buzzing in my head is driving me crazy.
What, you hear buzzing?
Do I still hear it?
You do. Very faintly when you take a second to ignore your surroundings.
I listen in, yes. Quite irritating.
Are you like cursed or something?
Starting
Do we
to
need
think
to-
something like that.
Do we need to go to like a temple to try and cure you?
Jeez. Because of inferences I'm making out of campaign, out of character, because of inferences I'm making now, how do I feel about him saying that, about me getting that, if I'm cursed, to go see if I'm getting a curse? Does that immediately give me any sort of feeling? Just that thought?
It's definitely possible.
It may be a good idea at some point. I
Let's monitor it at least for now.
Yes, if anything
Wait.
changes, for sure, maybe we could take it a step
Keep
further.
it-
But perhaps Archibald will know something.
Keep a close eye on it.
Or not Archibald, fucking Nevermore.
Perhaps I might want to bring it up. And instead it attacks people, anything else?
Something else, I'm not quite sure. Like an arcane feeling almost, like how the wizards had described it. Magic kind of just feels, you know? I've never felt something like that before.
Hmm.
The hangman reversed. I believe in this context it's referring to a feeling of being blocked, stuck, or restricted. In this case, not being able to touch things with your hand without it hurting them.
Is it just people you hurt?
She would like pull out the dissolved bandage, like the disintegrated bandage. No.
Oh. Is it just that finger, or is it your whole hand?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Don't know if I want to find out. So I think will just be using my right hand from now on.
Learn to write and everything with your right hand.
Yep.
It's the right way to do it.
Fuck, I can't even hold a pencil.
Way to get you some magic gloves.
I need a magic pencil. This is fucking problematic. Now that I'm really thinking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Jacob. Oh, it was just the one card, wasn't it?
I just pulled the one. I can
Oh,
pull
okay.
more if you would like.
Let's just pull one more, see what happens.
Okay.
Actually, on second thought, you have your augury for
Mhm.
today.
I should now, yes.
You wanna wheel low me being, well, that's no, it can't be a yes or no. It's
Well,
like
it's on a
yeah,
specific
it's an
action.
outcome.
Yeah.
Should I cut off my hand? No.
Wheel and woe.
Wheel and woe.
We on the way to the upsides to that one, but
You'll fix the problem, but now you got some more problems to worry about.
Why do you
yeah.
have to cut off your whole hand? Can't you just cut off that finger?
Nope. Hand.
Nope, it's gotta be the hand.
Can I try something?
Sure. I mean, I guess it
Hold
depends.
out your hand. I won't touch it. I promise.
All right. She will do so.
I will.
I'm going to cast Prestidigitation to create a non-magical binding around it using my magic. Nothing special, just something that just to see what happens.
Describe it to me a little more.
Basically, like he would create something like a band, not really made of any like fine materials, obviously, but just something like to wrap around the black mark, just to see what happens with in combination with his own magic from the prestidigitation spell, and like wrap it around. It doesn't last for very long, but I'm just curious to see.
Okay. So just like a very simple little band that covers it.
Yeah. Not made of any like fine material, just whatever would just cover it up.
Yeah. What is it made out of?
I would say in this case probably like in this instance like a wood or something like that. Like a wooden ring.
Okay. As you cast the spell and the little band appears around the finger. Within about 6 seconds, you can all see the wood rots, dries, and crumbles into dust.
That's not good. And the dust would at the end of my turn, at the end of my next turn, the dust would just vanish from thin air.
Is anything?
Tells us that we definitely should not touch things with that hand.
This is problematic. I'm left-handed.
Oh.
Well, I guess we're going to just ignore it for now. Yes? It'll be fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Could try maybe. It probably wouldn't work. It's not an injury. Healing it probably wouldn't do anything. Keep an eye on it. Try not to touch things, and we definitely need to get that looked at.
Just another thing to add to our to-do list. You both can tell as she's trying to be nonchalant about it, she's not. She's definitely not nonchalant. She's visibly, like, nervous. Just discussing this.
Well, what now? All of us are up.
What now, indeed?
A whole lot of questions, not many or any answers at all.
Is that where we gonna call it at some point?
Yep.
Here? Okay. I
Just wanted
figured.
to make sure if you had anything else to say. I think that's a good place to end.
That's, yeah, probably.
Start of a new day.
Mm-hmm.
No answers, a billion questions.
Isn't that just every D&D game?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like you guys did a lot, but
We
just
did a
made a
lot.
lot more work for yourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Man, that was a longer session.
Fucking
was a
was.
longer session.
I'm so here
We
for
went
this
from
party.
what, like
Like 5:30.
5:30 to
It's been I recorded
11:44?
obviously. So I recorded, right? Do you guys want to take a
Uh-huh.
guess at how long the
Six,
recording is?
6 hours.
and a half-
So
6.5 hours.
It's exactly it's like 6 hours and 6 minutes long.
Wow.
long session, but I think it was needed.
Wonderful content. We didn't even get to the fucking institution. It's only been one day and it took us 6 in real life
Why do
hours.
we
Look,
need
we
to go to
did.
the institution?
I mean, I went to the institution.
We didn't go to the
Yeah.
institution party.
That's
Oh.
next. That's next
That's,
session.
that's next session. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's the next session.
That's next time on Dragon Ball Z.
This is like this game is like the most in depth in terms of like fucking like just overall like detail, you know, in my opinion.